Good afternoon, everyone. This is the November 10th, 2020 regular meeting of the Pinehurst Village Council. Welcome you all here. We do have some seating here, and we do expect a number of guests. There's seating in this room, which we're trying to keep appropriately spaced, and there'll also be seating in the Village Council conference room in the other building, and there's staff in the back that will help with that. Thank you all for being here this evening. I want to indicate that this meeting is also, as we've been doing for some months, on live stream, and there will be people perhaps who are listening and watching us from different places. I want to inform those individuals that if they have comments or for the regular meeting, they can submit those by email to the village clerk, and those comments will be made at the end of the meeting. Except for those that will be related to the public hearing, which we'll be having in a few minutes. Now, if you are listening from another place, if you email your comments to the following address, that's public comments, one word but two C's, publiccomments@vopnc.org, and those comments will be received by the clerk. Having said that, and having called the meeting to order, I'd like to go on to agenda item number 2, which is reports from our village manager and the village council. Jeff Sanborn, would you give your report?
Thank you, John. Just one thing I'd like to comment on. I'm pretty sure everybody's aware that we went through our Baldridge Excellence Framework application process this last year. Just about a month ago, we wrapped up our site visit. That was a very extensive experience. We learned a lot from the experience. But next Tuesday, we'll get a phone call letting us know whether or not we won the award outright or on a kind of an individual category level. And then we'll be able to release to our workforce and the public on Wednesday the results. So fingers are crossed. Thanks.
Anything else? Thank you, Jeff. That's an interesting report. We'll await the word from the Baldridge Committee. My report this week will be similar to what I've been doing in the past, and that's a bit of an update on the situation with our medical supplier, First Health. And just to remind you, first of all, that the state and the country and the village of Pinehurst remain in COVID alert. I'm told actually within the last 30 minutes or so, the governor has issued some new restrictions, and we'll have to be mindful of those effective in the next couple of days. So please wear and wait and wash as you go throughout your daily routines. Some of us tonight, as we're here at the council table, will be wearing our masks. I'm glad to see that I think everybody I'm looking at out there is, and we thank you for that. At the same time, I wanted to reflect on an update report I had from First Health just in the last 24 hours. The hospital in all of its parts, not only here at Moore Regional, but in the other hospitals of First Health, continue to operate in very good conditions. They're having, according to the report given to me, no supply issues with any medicines or PP&E required either for COVID or other treatments that they're providing in the normal course of events. And that their supply chain remains very good. There was a little spike in hospitalizations about 2 weeks ago when there were 50 in the First Health system, not just here Moore Regional, but throughout the system. That's reduced as of yesterday to about 30, so that's a good trend. And we hope that will continue. And with the good work of all of us, I'm sure we can see that through. In addition to that, though, First Health system continues to be very highly graded and awarded. They've just received 2, I will call them citations, but they're really on a national basis extraordinary for their work in joint replacement. Many of you may have experienced that. And also taking care of stroke patients, 2 expert areas that the hospital system, First Health system, has been awarded in the last month or so, as some of you may know. So patient care remains a very high focus of theirs, and we're very fortunate to have them here. First Health is one of the stakeholders in our community that Judy Davis and I work with. Lydia, Kevin, and Jane also have other stakeholders in the area that they report on, and you may hear some comments from them tonight about those. In that regard, Jane, I'll start with you.
Thank you. I'd like to report in on the bicycle and pedestrian committee. They met yesterday, and I was not there, but Mark Wagner very kindly filled me in. And they have mapped out the route from 211 to the new Pinehurst Elementary School, where they want to have sidewalks all the way along. And they're also looking at what they want to do next year, 2022. And one of the things that's at the top of their list is for there to be intersection and crosswalk improvements on Route 5 at Ritter. And that's an intersection that's a problem, and a lot of people need to use it on foot. And then to extend the sidewalk that's now along Linden, hopefully in both directions. So that seems like it's very good and interesting, and look forward to working on that.
Thank you, Jane. Judy Davis?
Just one report with regard to the library. When we began working with the library in 2018, one of the things we encouraged the library to do was to become a part of the North Carolina State Library System. And so they began that application process in 2019, and they've just completed that. And in fact, the library sent an announcement today that they are part of the State Library of North Carolina. That will give us many more resources that will become available to everybody who belongs to the library there, the Givens Memorial Library. And I think there'll be databases that you can access. There will be more free lending from library systems that you can benefit from. So I think it's a step in the right direction for our library. I'm very glad that they did that. Also on the Baldridge, I'll just comment that I think that regardless of what the outcome is next Tuesday, win, lose, or draw, I think it's been a resounding success for the village to participate in the Baldridge program, and I think everybody learned an enormous amount. And yes, it was an extensive interview process, but I think we all feel like we all gained a lot from it, and to see what the village can do and has done is very revealing and very appreciated, the work of the staff. So thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, we already won. I think
Yep.
that's, yeah. Thank you.
Judy, thank you very much. Kevin Drum?
Yeah, I attended the Board of Delegates for the Triangle J, which is the J region that goes all the way up to the Research Triangle, and we had a talk from the gentleman that heads the Research Triangle. We invited him to come down here to help us. I invited him to come down and maybe talk with us, because they're doing some innovative things up there entrepreneurially, and you know, I was surprised. He said that he accepted the invitation, so hopefully in the future we'll have that to look forward to. But it's really neat. It's all the representatives of all the cities in the 5-county area, and we're all trying to figure out how to leverage our regional assets to help each other and become a better region. Secondly, I attended the Partners in Progress meeting this morning, and the presentation was from the college on the expansion of continuing education, and the money is in place to build a new building, specifically nursing, but also additional trades with an additional building, you know, from plumbing to electrician and things like that. So it's a pretty neat expansion in Sand Hills that will help further us down the road. So that completes my report. I would say on the Baldridge thing, since we're all talking about that, is the public one. I think that the efficiencies gained by working with this group, the public wins. There's a financial benefit to the public because it forces us to be extremely efficient, and so I not only did we, I think there's clearly a public gain in that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Lydia?
Thanks, John. The Beautification Committee met yesterday. Two things. Number one, they are going to do the home decoration contest this year. There's one difference. You don't apply to be a part of it. You just go crazy decorating your home. Members of the committee are going to go out and look at all the neighborhoods and come back with some recommendations that a panel of judges will review. So go at it and have fun. Second thing, they have their sights set on 2024 and making this place just look spectacular for when the U.S. Open comes back. So if you see anything, they're focusing on the core village, but also all of Pinehurst. So if you see any things that give you concern, any trees that look dead or landscaping that could be better, take a picture of it and send it in on MyVOP, either using the app on your phone or MyVOP on the homepage of the website, because I really want to hear what your ideas are. Thank you, John.
Lydia, thank you, and thanks for reminding everybody about MyVOP. Just to underscore that, if you go to the village website and go to myvop.org, MyVOP, on the website rather, you can report through village staff any ideas, concerns, problems that you have, and they'll log that in and deal with that right away. So MyVOP is a very important method of your communicating with the village staff and the village council, for that matter, on issues that you see or want to know more about. Use that if you haven't already tried out. Move on to agenda item number 3, which is a motion to approve our consent agenda. Before we do that, I'll ask anybody in the council if you have any issues to withdraw from the consent agenda or any corrections to the minutes or other issues on the consent agenda. Are there any? Seeing none, there'd be a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve all the items listed and considered routine on the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Motion by Lydia Bosch and second by Kevin Drum. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Move on to item number 4, discuss and consider a resolution appointing a chair to the Planning and Zoning Board. Jeff?
Thank you, John. We're sad to lose Leo Santawaso, our current chair of the Planning and Zoning Board. Been on the team for quite a long time and has served us very well. But that triggers a couple of things. First, we need to replace him, and second, we need to replace him as the chair, and also need to select a new member of our Planning and Zoning Board and our Board of Adjustments to fill that hole that's created. And as is always the case, the board chair, myself, and Darren Burrich, the Planning and Inspections Director, collaborate, conduct interviews, and ultimately, after consulting with council, we make some nominations or recommendations. And in the case of the board chair for our Planning and Zoning Board, our nomination is for Cindy Burnett to fill that role. So if we could ask Cindy to come forward here in case the council has any questions for her, or if you want to have some dialogue. Wherever you're comfortable.
You can stand or be seated, Cindy, whatever you like. The green light means the microphone is on and you know how to use them because you're sitting in this chair right here at least once or twice a month with your own meetings. From my point of view, having watched you and come to know you in the last few years when you've been a member of the Planning Board and as Vice Chair, we're delighted that you would accept this additional responsibility, and I know that it will go very well. If any council members have a question for Cindy, that'd be great, and then you're allowed to ask us some questions or comments too, Cindy, if you'd like. Are there any questions for Cindy, though?
I just
Kevin?
like to say I served with Cindy, so I guess I've known you for 5 years. It seems like I served with you for about a year and a half, and then I've been on the council for 3 years, and this is, you deserve this position, so thanks for taking it.
Anybody else? Cindy?
I'm honored that you would consider me for this position, and I look forward to serving Pinehurst. I've been on the Planning and Zoning Board for 4 years, and my first meeting was with the discussion about the greens. So I've seen a lot of what Pinehurst wants and doesn't want, and I look forward. I know everybody on the board except Lydia, but I'll get to know you. and have enjoyed working with all of you, and I think this will be a good thing. I'm looking forward to it. I have some really huge shoes to fill with Leo. We all miss him and hate to see him go, but I look forward to working with you all.
Cindy, thank you very much for your comments, and again, we wish you and the board every success.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve this appointment?
I move to approve Resolution 20-33, appointing Cindy Burnett as Chair of the Planning and Zoning Board.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
Motion's by Judy Davis, the second is by Kevin Drum. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Cindy?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
And thanks, John. And then moving on to the new appointment, Jane.
Have we touched on 3A?
That was part of the
Okay.
consent agenda for
Okay.
tonight only? Yeah, we did. We did. Thank you for asking, though, Jane. Jeff?
Yeah, so moving on to the new board member, the hole that we need to fill. You know, we're blessed with a lot of folks that have a lot of great qualities in our community, and it can be hard to choose sometimes. In this case, you know, based on our review of the applicants and interviews and trying to take a hard look at where we are, particularly with the recent adoption of our comprehensive plan and the need to update our development ordinance and other things to come in compliance with that. Our nomination is for Jack Farrell to fill that position. Jack was, as everybody knows, was a member of the village council when the comprehensive plan was being developed, and it occurred to us that, you know, he has given his intimate familiarity with that document, and not only with what it says, but, you know, why it says what it says would be very valuable to our planning and zoning board as they move forward in the process of kind of bringing the requirements and recommendations of that document to fruition. So, Jack, could you join us up front?
Thank you, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Jack.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here today. I would only add to Jeff's very helpful comments that Jack Farrell has been not only a resident of Pinehurst and his family before him for many decades. He served before in the Historic Preservation Commission on the committee that rewrote some of those guidelines, then served a term a year here on the village council in replacement for John Cashin, who had to leave the council, and has provided, Jack has so many other helpful comments and direction to the village on issues related to planning and zoning over the years. This is a great appointment from our point of view. So I'll just see if the council members have any questions of Jack, and then you can comment back, Jack. Anybody? Lydia?
Jack, thank you. Gosh, a few years ago, I sat in several council meetings, and when you were speaking, you weren't on council yet, and I thought, is there anything about Pinehurst that Jack Farrell doesn't know? You beautifully documented it for purposes of 125, and I am so thankful that you're willing to do this.
Well, thank you.
Me too.
I say about Jack, you've forgotten more than most of us know about what's going on here, and we appreciate your insight.
Let's hope I haven't forgotten everything.
I wanted you on the Board of Adjustment because you always told me about some things that you would want to improve on that. And we had some discussions about that. So it's good that you get to be on that now, as well as the Planning and Zoning Board. Good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's quite an honor to continue my service to the village, Jeff, and members of council. So I look forward to it. I look forward to working with Cindy in particular. Thank you. Congratulations, Cindy, and the rest of the board. I think it's a quality group from what I've perceived, and I hope to be able to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack.
Jack, thank you for your comments. Is there a motion for this appointment?
I move to approve Resolution 2034, appointing Jack Farrell as a member of the Board of Adjustment and the Planning and Zoning Board.
Motion by Jane Hogeman. Is there a second?
A second.
A second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous, Jack. Congratulations.
Thank you again.
Look forward to your
Appreciate
work.
it.
Congratulations for hurting your golf game, Jack. Yeah.
All right, we'll move then into agenda item number 6, which is a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter a public hearing, rather. Is there a motion?
I move to recess the regular meeting and enter a public hearing.
Motion is by Lydia Bosch. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Judy Davis. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. We're now in a public hearing. The purpose of the public hearing is to invite public comment and make presentations on a proposed economic incentive agreement between the Village of Pinehurst and Pinehurst LLC. Jeff?
Thank you, John. I'd just like to familiarize the public with what is on the table here in terms of a potential agreement. As John said, this is a proposal is for an economic development incentive agreement between Pinehurst LLC and the village. A little bit about the legal framework within which we operate, just for everybody's understanding. According to the general statutes, each county and city is authorized to make appropriations for economic development purposes. That's very broad language. These appropriations must be determined by the governing body of the city or county to increase the population, taxable property, agricultural industries, employment, industrial output, or business prospects of the city or county. Negotiations may occur in closed session over a period of months, really. The council has met in closed session to consider their bargaining position with regard to this particular agreement. And there were some closed sessions between the council and representatives of the USGA and Pinehurst previous to that about the potential on this agreement. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that, you know, there have been some private meetings, but everything has been done in accordance with state law. Law requires a formal agreement spelling out the responsibilities of both parties and provisions for clawback of the incentive payments in the event of underperformance with regard to the responsibilities of the incentive recipient. And the language of that agreement was attached to the agenda item if folks had the opportunity to review that before coming. Otherwise, it is available for public viewing. In a nutshell, what Pinehurst LLC is agreeing to do is construct facilities that will employ at least 20 full-time employees in the village of Pinehurst with an average wage of at least $30,000 plus benefits. The agreement spells out that their initial direct investment in the facilities and the site will be at least $16.2 million with completion scheduled to occur not later than March 1st, 2024. Obviously, that's to ensure that the facility is available for the 2024 open. And there is an agreement that's spelled out in the whereas language of this incentive agreement that Pinehurst LLC and the Village of Pinehurst will, in good faith, endeavor in negotiations to address long-term parking needs at the Carolina Hotel and various other locations within the village and around Pinehurst Resort. I mentioned the open before. I mean, this agreement is kind of tied to the agreement that was made with the USGA a little over a month ago, I guess, for their facilities to come here to Pinehurst as well. And so that's why there had been the previous negotiations, including the council and Pinehurst LLC and the USGA. And you'll see that when we get to the clawback provisions, clawbacks are partially tied to whether or not the promised U.S. Open events do come to Pinehurst. On our side, the agreement as currently laid out provides for tax grant incentives of up to 90% of property taxes in each of 10 years, which is defined as the grant period. The incentive level to be paid up to that 90% in any given year of the grant period will depend on the number of full-time employees on the payroll as of the fourth quarter of the previous year. Annual tax grant incentive payments during the 10-year grant period will not be paid until after property taxes are collected. In other words, we've got to take it in before we can give it back. Again, on our side, we also agree to negotiate in good faith to solve mutually agreed upon parking problems or needs around the Carolina Hotel and various other locations within the village and around Pinehurst Resort. The clawback provision, the parties have agreed that 35% of the gross economic benefit of this agreement is attributable to the frequency of men's U.S. Open events that have been promised by the USGA, and the other 65% is attributable to the facilities and employment that Pinehurst LLC will provide as a result of this project. And then getting back to that 35% that's attributable to the U.S. Opens, you can see kind of the schedule of how that is provided for in this agreement. If the 2024 Open is not held on time, then 100% of that 35% of the overall incentive would be repaid to the village. If the second U.S. Open is not held, then it's 100% of 35%. If the third U.S. Open is not held, it's 65% of the 35%, fourth 35%, and then the fifth is 5% of the 35%. That concludes my presentation. I guess I'll turn it back over to John, and we can commence with public comment maybe after the resort. Tom and Dick have the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Jeff. Yes, the next order of business in this public hearing will be to hear comments from the resort, and then after that to take public comments. With respect to the public comments, I have a list that's been given to me showing 3 individuals who wish to speak: Donald Irvin, Jim Spoonhour, Elizabeth Fisher. And we have one message that's been delivered to us today that we'll read into the record from Christine Pritchard. Mr. Pashley and Mr. Higginbotham, would you sit, or Tom, at the table here? And as you're coming there, I'll just remind all of us that what we're looking at today is an incentive agreement. It is not a specific plan. There's been no specific plan given to the village council or village staff at this point. We have some ideas about what they want to do, obviously, but there will, of course, be other hearings in the future when those specific site plans are delivered. And therefore, we're happy to have any and all comments about this transaction, but it is specific to the incentive agreement and things that may be impacted by that. Mr. Pashley.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be back in this room.
And just for identification, Mr. Pashley is the Chief Executive of the Pinehurst Resort, correct?
President of Pinehurst
President
Resort.
of Pinehurst Resort.
Yep,
Thank you.
It was great memories in this room last time we were here. We had the wonderful announcement about a month ago, and Jeff, I think, has provided a great outline of a lot of what I wrote in my notes. I wasn't exactly sure what you were going to say. And I think the last point that you just made there, Mayor, was that this is about the incentive agreement. And so let me talk a little bit more about some of that. We consider being here today to discuss a secondary component of the USGA Golf House Pinehurst and the U.S. Open Anchor Site Agreement. This second component to the overall vision for our collaboration with the USGA involves a small, approximately 36-room hotel planned to be located on the resort clubhouse campus in the area of the existing croquet courts. Pinehurst and the USGA believe this hotel could provide a unique experience to the overall championship for both players and potential hospitality partners. One of the main goals of the frequency of their return is to try to do things a little bit differently and to begin to establish some facilities that provided a differentiation for a U.S. Open at Pinehurst. We want the players to think this is a really special U.S. Open, and we think this facility will contribute to that. We're here today in hopes to finalize the incentive agreement, similar to the one that you all achieved with the USGA, so that we can continue the planning process for the project. We're certain that members of the community and Pinehurst Country Club members may have concerns about the impact of this project, and we understand their concerns, and we'll work with the USGA, the Village of Pinehurst, Moore County, and all the other relevant organizations to conduct the relevant studies and the parking requirements, et cetera. That's to come in the future. Today's about the incentive agreement that mirrors the one that has been approved by the council. And this project with the hotel site is directly linked to the anchor site announcement. It's part and parcel in our opinion. This is not an announcement. This is not, a big announcement that's being made today. This is part of a process. And so we know there'll be people concerned about where will their amenities go that they're currently enjoying. And we're going to work to address those concerns, but we're months away from potentially breaking ground after we work through the process with you all. I'd also like to point out that we've never come before this group at any point to ask for an incentive. This is very unique. We've invested a lot of capital over the years and had a lot of wonderful, successful projects. The reason that we're here today to ask for the incentive is because it is part and parcel of the USGA agreement, and Pinehurst would not be on the same timetable with this project were it not for the announcement that was recently made. So that is why it's not like us to come and explore the available incentives to support economic development, but this is just a very unique and different situation that we're very excited about. We think this is going to continue to add to the vitality of our community, and just like the USGA wants to be a great neighbor, we want to continue to be a wonderful neighbor and asset to the overall community. So that's kind of the overall opening statement. And Dick, I don't think we have anything else to add. We're happy to respond to any questions that you may have, or however you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Tom. I have one question, and then we'll, I think, take comments from the public. There may be other questions that come to you from us. And because there has been some misunderstanding in the public, as I've understood it in the last couple of weeks. We're talking now about a hotel, a small hotel, correct? And there was some confusion, I think, in the public that the expansion of the pro shop at the clubhouse is related to this, but they're not. They're two different projects. And tonight, of course, we're talking only about that project that relates to this new building. Could you outline just a little more about the building itself and some of the intentions for its use as you see it today?
That we're in the middle of that, and we, like I said, a small 36-room hotel. Oddly enough, as you think about Pinehurst is the largest golf resort in North America, we do not have any rooms that have a golf view. And so this facility would sit directly above the cradle potentially, and would be the only rooms that we have that would provide that golf view. We don't envision a restaurant in this facility. We have plenty of restaurants, and we have restaurants nearby that the guests of the hotel would be able to enjoy. We anticipate a small amount of meeting space, primarily for the occupants of the hotel, if they choose to have a meeting with a great view, enticing view of golf being played. We don't intend to have a kitchen of any size. We think that this opportunity to have an amenity that could be used by the players during the U.S. Open Championships is important, and don't know exactly what that might be. Right now, a lot of temporary facilities are set up everywhere the USGA goes to provide these amenities for players, and we'd like to find a way to begin to build some more permanent structures that are multi-use, that can be one thing during the 7 days of the U.S. Open, and the rest of the year, the rest of the years, it can provide an amenity for the resort and that hotel. So a lot of it just depends on how things evolve in terms of what we're going to be able to produce amenity-wise, but I don't think there, we do view the ability as a player to be able to arrive and potentially go into this building and then walk out the back and be on the driving range. Some folks may not realize that that's the U.S. Open practice range right there where the cradle is. And so we really think, to be able to put the players inside of a cocoon where it's very easy and simple for their families to come and for them to get immediate access to the practice facility and then find their way onto the putting green and onto the first tee is going to be one of the distinguishing characteristics of a U.S. Open at Pinehurst.
That's very helpful, Tom, to paint the background a little bit for all of us, but especially those who are visiting with us here tonight. My plan, if the council agrees, is to have public comments now, and then we'll have a chance to ask questions back and forth, and then we'll move into a discussion phase after closing the public hearing. So with that, Tom, if you'd like to step aside, please. I mentioned earlier we have 3 people here who wish to speak on this subject, and one whose message will be read into the meeting. Is there anyone else I didn't mention who's here who would like to speak on this topic of the incentive agreement? Yes, sir? And your name is? Is there anyone else? Sorry? Mike LeGraff. Is there anyone else? All right. The first person from the public who wishes to speak is Donald Irvin. Would you please come either to the standing microphone or the table, please?
Mask on or mask off? Can you hear me okay?
I think it'd be better if you took it off if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much.
Welcome. My question is, in regards to the use of the hotel, is this only going to be specifically for USGA personnel, or is anybody going to be able to use it just as if they were coming and staying at the Carolina Hotel, for example?
You have a series of questions you want to put forward, sir?
That was my one question. Who was going to be able to use the hotel? And then secondarily, a comment, the croquet courts definitely do need to be replaced.
All right. I think what I might do is this. Tom, can you and Dick, you want to respond to that right away? That's fine with me. You can do it from right there, sure.
We would envision the hotel to be just like the Carolina Hotel, the Holiday Inn, or the Manor Inn, that it would be used by, anyone during the normal course of business, but during the week of the U.S. Open or the weeks leading up to the U.S. Open, it would become more of a USGA-controlled facility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Jim Spoonhour, please.
Good evening. My name's Jim Spoonhour. I live at 80 Village Green East. Actually, I'm Deadman's neighbor. Last night was the first time I'd heard about the hotel going on the croquet courts, which I was surprised at because I've kind of been following the stuff with USGA, which I'm pretty excited about. I think it's a great opportunity for both the resort and for the village. So, but I had not really detected anything about the hotel until a neighbor called me last night and said he'd read it in some newsletter, and then I got all the stuff from Elaine Moody, who's president of the Croquet Club, and so if you dig down to the very last page of the materials, there's that aerial picture where you can see where the hotel's going to be on top of the 3 croquet courts that sit at the west end of the clubhouse. My wife and I have been croquet players for nearly 30 years. Tournament croquet, like you play up there in the whites and, and go out and play tournaments, not the backyard kind, although we did a lot of that with the kids. And we've been coming here for more than 20 years to play croquet. And it's been interesting. We eventually decided we wanted to retire here, and we bought a house here 14 years ago. And I've been retired now 5 years. I'm a recovering attorney. And I'm 5 years clean. But in looking at that, I was surprised, and it's not that I think this train's going to jump off the tracks and stop or anything. But the concerns for all the people, because this is one of probably the top 5 croquet clubs in the country. We have international tournaments with players from the United Kingdom coming here for the Solomon Cup to play the American team. We have regional tournaments. We have state championships. We have played the Pinehurst Invitational Tournament every September for 30 times now. And so it's just one of the premier tournaments, and people come from all over the country and Canada to play in that tournament. So when we got the announcement about the hotel and really, I guess, understood for the first time it's going to be on those 3 lawns. We use those 3 plus the lawn, bowling lawn, plus kind of the tee box they have down by the cradle where they've got the chipping thing. And that makes 5 lawns so we can have a major tournament. The question that I get from everybody is, we're assuming that the club's going to replace the lawns somewhere. We'd like to have some idea where, obviously. And then there's the concern about the timeline, because we do so many tournaments every year, and you have to schedule them about a year in advance. So kind of knowing that before we tear up the old ones, we'll have the new ones, about ready, so that when all's said and done, you want to start turning dirt for the hotel, that's a pretty tight timeline if you're saying 24. That if you're going to start, probably some serious planning needs to be given to that too. And so it's a question of great interest, and this is one of the largest croquet clubs in the country. And so we're very concerned participants. We're all club members, and not just croquet club members, but resort club members. And so we're looking forward to working through this and having a great experience going before. Mr. Pashley, if you have something on that.
And thank you. It is a rich tradition of croquet, and it's wonderful to see all the different groups that come and enjoy the sport. And again, I think the misconception, and it's just the way this process works, I believe, is that this isn't an announcement. This is a process, and if everything doesn't lay out the way we hope that it will, there may be no hotel. So we wouldn't.
I understand.
We can't plan where it's going to go until we know it has to go. And
Sure.
we're not here, again, to make an announcement that it's moving, and we will certainly go through the diligence of the process and identify, which there are a variety of locations where we would certainly like to relocate both the potential tennis that's being displaced as a result of the USGA facility and the croquet. So,
Where are
yeah,
you thinking about for croquet?
talk about it offline.
I mean, you got an idea. Where do you think it'll be?
Needs to be flat, right? Is that a requirement?
Right, we're not into the curvy, hilly stuff.
We have a variety of options. Offline, we could talk about that at a later date.
Well,
Thank you.
when we've inquired before, we've gotten pretty ambiguous responses. That's why I'm pushing a little bit. So if you could.
Well, again, I think this is about the incentive agreement, and I understand that there's concerns of the membership in the community.
I understand. This is outside the scope of what we're really doing here. But when that picture popped up last night, and then everybody got in a lather about it, and it's the unknown. I mean, nobody likes change, but change happens. The resort has to make money. I mean, trust me, I understand that. It's a hard business these days. So.
Well, again, we appreciate the tradition of that croquet club and respect the history, and we want to honor that history and continue it. So it may be in a potentially different place, but it'll still continue to exist and thrive is our plan.
Just as a idle factoid, there's a book that the founder of U.S. Croquet is a guy named Jack Osborne back then, and really got it going. But he wrote a book, and he had a section on Pinehurst, and he said he observed that when, was it Leonard Tufts, starts setting things up, the first thing he set up was croquet. So, but thank you. We'll appreciate hearing from you. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth Fisher. Elizabeth Fisher.
Unfortunately, I'm not as good on my feet as our recovering attorney, so I have notes with scribble, if that's okay.
Thank you.
But thank you, Mayor Strickland, the Village Council, and staff for allowing me to speak tonight. My husband, Jim, and I live on the corner of Carolina Vista and Shaw Road. And today I went onto the Village website, and under the category of moving to Pinehurst, there's a slogan, and it says, "The Village of Pinehurst is not just a wonderful place to visit, it's an unbelievable place to call home." And I think we can all agree on that for the many reasons that are listed on your website: golf, recreation, healthcare, safety rating, location, education, cultural arts, low tax rate, mild climate, all kinds of great reasons that are all very important and valued. But if you ask those of us that have lived here for 10 years or more, many would also add to the top of their list history, charm of the village, the quiet, beautiful, historic streets, friendly people. And ironically, 10 years ago, the slogan on the Pinehurst website was history, charm, and Southern hospitality, where I'm worried that the charm piece is being moved aside. So within the past 10 years, some good things have happened, and I applaud your enthusiasm, and I get it. It sounds very exciting just listening to the plan of the resort, because truly we're nothing without the resort. You were here first. We moved into your neighborhood. We moved into the village of Pinehurst. And we've worked hard to be good neighbors and good stewards as well, and we're so grateful to be here. But over the past 3 to 4 years, we all know that the commercial and residential growth of our area has greatly increased the volume and speed of traffic that passes through the residential area of Old Town, specifically Carolina Vista, Shaw Road, Ritter, and Azalea. These are charming streets that are also heavily used by pedestrians and bicyclists, both resort guests and local residents, golf carts, and of course Frankie's Horse and Buggy, which we all welcome and embrace. This area of Old Town is also being close to the resort, receives a lot of resort delivery truck traffic and resort vans, which there's been good communication and hopefully some routing of delivery trucks so they come to a different angle. But we expect that. We moved into your busy commercial neighborhood. But with all of that said, these little streets are experiencing high volumes of all types of traffic. Shaw Road is often used as a cut-through to miss the stoplight at Cherokee and Highway 5 for traffic either passing through or going to the Pinehurst Resort. It's often routed by Google Maps as a time-saver shortcut, therefore experiencing a significant increase in volume in traffic, who is often speeding or rolling a stop sign because they want that time-saver part. It is also used by a lot of local residents who live on the west side of Beulah Hill to access the resort and the village on foot or with their golf carts. They often don't go to the crosswalk at Ritter, they'll cross at Shaw Road. So it's a very active little stretch of road, and you all know this. But here's a snapshot. Just last week, I was driving home from playing golf in my golf cart, and I was turning left into my driveway. I was on Carolina Vista, turning left into my driveway, and I saw a car coming down Shaw, about to rolling the stop sign, and all of a sudden a car overtakes me from the traffic circle, passes me as I'm sort of turning in my driveway, then swerves to avoid a head-on collision with the car that's rolling the stop sign at Shaw, and then this vehicle speeds on up to the hotel. I was shocked. I mean, the vehicle rolling the stop line standing on its brakes, the other car swerves, they take off up to the hotel. And I pulled in my driveway, I thought, holy cow, and I was mad. I didn't play well at golf, so I was really mad. And so I said, I'm going to find out who that is. So I got in my golf cart, and I went up to see, and if it was someone in the parking lot, I was just going to very kindly, say, hey, do you mind slowing it down? But I was shocked when a resort employee got out of the car carrying a golf club. And I spoke to the captain. or I assume the captain, and they were driving a resort vehicle, and the city would talk to them. But it's situations like that, these near misses and sometimes accidents, happen at that intersection of Shaw and Carolina Vista regularly, as well as people from Beulah Hill turning onto Shaw to miss the stoplight. A lot of near misses there. So with that said, I'm even more concerned with the anticipated expansion at the resort, building of the USGA Visitor Center, the museum, and now a hotel, which sounds lovely. Truly, it sounds lovely, but it's on the Pinehurst Resort campus at Carolina Vista. We're thrilled for your success and applaud you for that, but we're very, very concerned about the increase in traffic, which will be significant and consistent at Carolina Vista and Shaw Road. We need your help. We just need your help. We've talked for 3 or 4 years, and a crosswalk was put in at Carolina Vista and Shaw, which we're very grateful for. No through truck signs were put in, which, yeah, they are not enforceable, so they're somewhat ignored. I'm just very concerned. So will you please let the Old Town Village residents know how and when you're going to address these concerns for traffic volume, speed, and also the parking concerns? And should the progress continue with USGA and the hotel, will you please put no construction traffic signs at Shaw Road and Carolina Vista so we don't have to also endure that as our resort guests and local guests ride their bikes and walk their dogs along our streets? For the past several years, from our discussions, we're told that a lot of the solution lies with the NCDOT on Highway 5 because they own that. But I read recently in the pilot that that will not be addressed for another 10 years. If I understand correctly, which I may be wrong in this, the Village of Pinehurst has the power and authority to make changes on village-owned streets regarding speed limits and directional flow of vehicular traffic. If those could be carefully studied, monitored, changed, perhaps Google Maps won't route Shaw Road or Ritter Road as a shortcut to miss a busy traffic light at Cherokee and 5. So I just want to know your plan. What's your plan to address these very specific concerns for these specific streets of Carolina Vista, Shaw, Ritter, and Azalea? I also understand from our previous discussions that when traffic patterns are altered, that could impact other areas of the village. And I certainly don't want to do something that's good for us and bad for someone else. That's not a good neighbor. But that's also not reason enough to simply do nothing. There has to be some type of solution. And I'm not an expert, and I just need help. I need help. We need help. The village has changed over the past 10 years, and it's obviously going to continue to change in the future. So, again, just considering how to change and improve the directional flow, volume, and speed of traffic on the Old Town streets. In closing, on the Pinehurst website, the last line of your promotional video states, "Come for a round of golf, but stay for life." That was our plan. And I'm hopeful by addressing these traffic concerns that the Old Town Village, for concerns with the Old Town Village of Pinehurst, it remains a beautiful place to visit and to live in for life. Currently, I know you're in the midst of some traffic studies, but 2 years ago, it was several thousand cars a day just on Shaw Road. That's a lot with foot traffic, golf cart traffic, truck traffic, resort traffic, but we're in a busy area. Just help us make it safer, please, and more manageable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Traffic and infrastructure issues and impact is certainly something that the USGA and the resort and the village will have to be considering as we move forward with these plans. The next speaker I'm going to call on the two that are in the room before we read the message. Next speaker would be Chris Brown.
Doesn't mix to have face masks and hearing aids. They don't go together. I obviously am a croquet player. I just came from playing croquet. And our lawyer friend said much of what I was wanting to say anyway. I'd just like to say that as a member of the Croquet Club and as a member of the Pinehurst Resort, I find it very regrettable that this decision is obviously going to be made. It may be called a process to make us feel good, but obviously that hotel is going to be built. What those lawns have represented over the years at the Pinehurst Resort is style, is tradition, is interest, and those things have been right up front as people pulled up to the entrance and saw what was going on, not only in the croquet court, but on the lawn bowling court. And they've been squashed, just like, 8 tennis courts have been squashed. And I find that quite regrettable. I also play lawn bowling. I also own that club. And I think that club had better watch out for the green that they play on, because I would bet that if a process isn't in train to take that green over, it will be soon.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The next speaker is Mike LeGraff.
I'm Mike LeGraff. I've been a resident of Pinehurst for 21 years. I've been a member of the Pinehurst Country Club for 21 years, and we've loved every minute since we've been here. I've been active in the club. I've been active in the village. I joined the Croquet Club about 5 years ago. I'm not going to go on about it. You've heard it'd be a horrible loss. It's a world-class facility. I don't know how many times I've had my picture taken in those 5 years. You just watch the tourists come by and they get their cameras out and they take pictures of us because it's so beautiful to look at. But the club owns that land. There's $16 million. They want to destroy that beautiful facility. That's their right for 36 hotel rooms. I've got 2 concerns I'd like to bring to your attention. One is parking. You talked about going to look at parking. They submitted a picture in your plan here of the parking lot with hardly any cars in that parking lot. If you tried to park in that parking lot 2 weeks ago at 10 o'clock in the morning, you would have had a lot of trouble. People were parked up around, on the grass, all around, because there wasn't any parking spaces left in the lots. And the swimming pool wasn't even open. There's just not enough parking, and we've lost parking we're going to lose parking with the USGA building. We're losing a row of parking with this. So you've got a tremendous parking problem there that needs to be addressed before you can allow this building to be put in place. And it's going to affect the members, because a lot of members drive over there to get their golf carts, and if they can't find a place to park, what are they going to do? My second concern, it hasn't been addressed, and I don't know whether it's going to be, but I'm just going to bring up the mention of it. They're going to put shops into this hotel. They put shops into this hotel, they're going to compete with your downtown. And you don't need that. And the merchants downtown don't need that competition. Now, we say this is a process, we're going through this thing, but it's time to start thinking about these things. There's no sense looking at incentive arrangements if the project itself is bad. I, for one, think it's a bad project, but that's my opinion. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. LeGraff. Are there any other comments? Are there any other comments relevant to this project in the room? Yes, ma'am? We have 2, I think. And you can use that microphone or sit at the table, and would you identify yourself and your address, please?
This is Mary Stewart Regensburg, and there's an element of all of this discussion that hasn't yet been mentioned, and that is that many of us moved here to Pinehurst specifically to play croquet at this club. We took memberships at a club offering croquet. I don't know what the legal ramifications are of now taking away what we joined the club with an understanding of having. I also think it's somewhat important to understand that many people moved to Pinehurst specifically to join the club in order to play croquet. We have made big investments in homes. So while we represent a very, very tiny, certainly financially unimportant element of the resort club, lawn bowls and croquet, if you think of clubs all over this country, how many offer both of those? It is a sense of cachet, elegance. It belongs in Pinehurst. They both do. And not just giving us one court to replace 3 courts, but giving us 3 courts with good access to replace the 3 courts we currently have, and a pavilion where we can sit, get out of the sun, lockers where we keep equipment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, please.
Afternoon, my name is Debbie Layler. I live at 80 Azalea Road in Old Town. And I want to say how excited I was to actually hear the word parking come out in your presentation as well as yours. It's a new world when we talk about parking relative to any new project in Pinehurst. And as my neighbor Elizabeth did earlier, I want to congratulate the resort on its many successes over recent years. It has recreated a lot of wonderful aspects of Old Town with the brew pub and creating the new Thistledew Court, redoing the Manor Inn, creating the swimming pool. The amazing thing about all of those projects is that none of them provided adequate parking. Now, one could say they were more successful than we had anticipated, and therefore we didn't have the parking spaces. But in point of fact, adequate parking was not supplied even for routine operations. For instance, the Manor Inn has 40 rooms. There are only 37 parking spots in the parking lot, 2 of which are handicapped. So for 40 rooms, you have 35 spots. It's not really adequate. At the brewery, when it went into operation, it's estimated there would be 200 table covers in that space. Only 70 parking spots were provided. In both those cases, the result was cars and trucks parked up and down the length of Magnolia and overflowing onto streets and into residential areas, causing the village in a knee-jerk reaction to deposit a lot of bluestone over prior areas that had been planted or had pine straw on them. So there's a ripple effect to your success that's migrating down these residential streets. And while we applaud the success and we're thrilled and they enhance our living experience in many ways, sort of the law of, you can't even really say unintended consequences. I mean, I guess maybe, I'm sure you didn't intend them, nonetheless, they are there. Parking at the hotel in the months of January and February, which I believe is the big convention season or conference season, notoriously bad. On Ritter, rippling out through all the commercial areas, streets, Barrett, the village has spent an arm and a leg on 4x4s to post no parking signs, which are largely ignored. So it's hard to equate your commercial success with the quality of our life for those of us who live in the village, downtown area, or those who like to come and go to dinner. I mean, if they can't find a parking space because they're resort employees, your employee parking lot behind the hotel is notoriously either not big enough or not used by your employees who migrate onto the village streets. It's really become quite a boring issue. I'm sure you all are tired of hearing us come up here and talk about it. I'm tired of coming up here and talking about it. Now you're proposing a hotel, well, first the USGA facility with numerous visitors, hopefully, and employees, and a hotel. The Manor Inn is 40 rooms. A 32-room hotel, is that what you said, or 36? 36. That's not a small hotel. We all know how big the Manor is. That's 40 rooms with no shops downstairs. So if you now are going to have a bigger footprint to allow for shops downstairs, well, I'm just saying, who knows what you don't know what your plan is going to be. Neither do we. Nonetheless, 36 rooms is not a small hotel. Now, the village has been less than proactive on the subject of parking. I think we all would have to agree that over the last 5 years, the village has not come up with a solution or any ideas about parking in Pinehurst. While the resort has continued very successfully to augment its facilities and to enhance its facilities and draw more people to town, the problem's getting worse, and it will get worse as the USGA comes in. With all these incentives, I'm surprised the village didn't put in a hook. You can have this for that there was nothing in any agreement that would require you to provide 40 spaces for the hotel guests, 10 for employees. The USGA facility is supposed to have 50 employees. Now you've got museum visitors coming, I don't know, 50 a day. It's a lot of parking spaces for which there's no space in the downtown area. Now, unless you dig down. It's the sandhills. It's not like you're digging into bedrock, but I do think the resort needs to face up to its responsibilities to the residents of the village of Pinehurst. You've been ignoring them. You really have. You've really been riding on our goodwill. The village has been allowing it because they don't want to anger visitors by giving them a parking ticket. So there's no parking, there are no ramifications for parking anywhere in the village of Pinehurst. You're really riding roughshod over us. It's kind of how the residents are starting to feel. So I hope that you're being honest when you say you are not yet planning, that things are still evolving, that as part of your planning, you will take responsibility for your success, for your guests, for your employees, and provide parking for them, and don't put that burden on the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, yes, ma'am, is there one other speaker? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Martha Nilsson. I live at 21 Aronimink Lane here in Pinehurst, and I am
Would you repeat your name, please?
Martha Nilsson.
Thank you.
Spell it? I'm standing up here because I'm president of the Pinehurst Lawn Bowls Club. And the Pinehurst Lawn Bowls Club has been in existence at the Pinehurst Country Club since 1950. And we have a very close partnership with the Croquet Club. There are times when the Croquet Club needs to use the Lawn Bowls green, and once in a while, the Lawn Bowls Club needs to use the Croquet green for our larger tournaments. So I basically am just putting in a request. And it would be that in the event that the croquet green courts are taken away, which will also then impact the Lawn Bowls Club, as Chris inferred, it's really important to us that we be informed of a timeline, because both clubs have to arrange tournament play a year to 2 years in advance. And so if we, for any reason, are unable to host a tournament, which is to take place at Pinehurst Country Club, then we have to notify our national organizations that it will be impossible for us to host these tournaments, or the international organizations with which we also host tournaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milton. I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'll assume that the comments by people in the room are completed. Oh, sorry. Yes, ma'am? Ma'am, you have to step forward to the microphone. Thank you. And what is your name, please?
My name is June Jeffries, and I have lived in Pinehurst for almost 30-some years. I sat in your position for several years, 10, 11 years ago. And I have watched Pinehurst when it was really, really in sad shape. I can remember when you looked around Pinehurst and you saw the land where the Fair Barn is being thought of as another area where we could have more buildings and so forth. I watched this whole place stop its downward flow and bring itself back to where it is a delightful, beautiful place that it is today. And one of the more important things have been those different games that we play here. They play golf everywhere, and I play golf. I play tennis here, but they play tennis everywhere. They do not play lawn bowls or croquet everywhere. Croquet players are a special breed. They don't gain much attention from people who don't know about it because croquet doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to play croquet. It's a privilege to play croquet. And there are people who, I know one person right now who's about to buy a house here again because of the croquet play, not for any other reason. And I'm feeling very at loss myself because while I've played other sports before, you take croquet away, that's it. That's the end of the line for what I'm going to be capable of doing in my old age. I just feel so strongly about this game and about this place. I've watched this place become what it is today, and I don't want to see it ruined. Thank you.
I think I have covered the room now, right? Now, we have a letter submitted by Christine Pritchard, who couldn't be here tonight. She wants it submitted to the record. Jeff, I think the best way is just to read that. It is in some detail. I've read it earlier today, as we all have, I think. But I think it would be appropriate to read that into the record, and Beth will do that.
Sure, and then we've got the hard copy, and it'll go in the file.
Okay, all right. Beth, are you prepared to read that then, please?
Yes. Okay. This, as the mayor said, is submitted by Gil and Christine Pritchard, 5 Carolina Vista. Excuse me. We would like to express our concern regarding this proposed agreement and what seems to be other behind-the-scenes activities that are obviously occurring between the Village of Pinehurst and USGA. There seems to be a lack of transparency with village residents when it comes to how the Village Council and Pinehurst Resort and USGA are coexisting. The stated mission of Village of Pinehurst is to promote enhance, sustain the quality of life for its residents, businesses, and visitors. How is the building of another hotel on the grounds of the resort, along with building a USGA headquarters and visitor center, sustaining the residents' quality of life? It appears that the focus and priorities of the council have been shifted to sustaining more business interests to the detriment of the residents and the heritage of our community. We fear that the charming character of our small village will irrevocably be changed. We would ask the council to consider the following. 1, an environmental study be conducted to identify the traffic impact these collective buildings, from the increased jobs and visitors, will have on our small community and the disruption to the natural habitat, the longleaf pines, woodpeckers, owls, foxes, etc. 2, a more transparent communication to village residents of the comprehensive master plan being discussed and approved by Pinehurst LLC and the USGA as it relates to our community. Getting piecemeal approval of each stage of their plans seems very secretive and inconsistent with the values expressed by Village Council during recent elections. 3, an economic study to include A, tax revenue gained and lost, B, an analysis of new jobs created and how that will impact our community, since it's likely they will commute to Pinehurst and not reside here. C, full disclosure of village givebacks and USGA resort performance requirements for those concessions. D, what other concessions the Village Council will have to make to accommodate the increased amount of parking required. And number 4 is tabling the vote today until there is full disclosure of these concerns, conducting a real public hearing to listen to residents' comments, concerns regarding these proposals. Finally, we need to decide if we are the resort of Pinehurst or the village of Pinehurst. It seems there is a current imbalance of priority with representing those who play here and those who live here.
Thank you, Beth. Now, earlier when we started to take comments, there were some questions, and I think representatives of the resort have answered some of those, maybe most of those. Are there any other questions, Tom, that you might have heard that you would like to respond to, and then the council will maybe have some questions of our own, and we'll later go into a regular session?
I don't know if there were any specific questions that I heard, maybe, but mostly I'd like to just recognize the passion that I felt, and I want to, reassure everyone that we understand your concerns, and we're residents of the community. We're raising our families here. We're bringing visitors here to enjoy the quality of life that you all enjoy, and so we get it. We understand it. We do not intend to destroy the croquet program. We are talking about relocating the croquet program. And I know it came seemingly out of nowhere, the announcement. And I guess I could express some regret about that for our Pinehurst Country Club members who weren't notified in advance about this, but it's a process that we're not overly familiar with, an incentive agreement. And so I guess if I had a do-over, we would send a note to the Pinehurst Country Club, Croquet Club, and Lawn Bowl members and let them know this is coming and that we'll be meeting with you individually to address your concerns, to hear your concerns, and then work on a plan to address them. So I feel like, when I hear questions about, and look, I'm not the person who knows how many parking spaces go with the number of rooms, but, we work with the village on all the regulations and all the requirements that are required, and we meet those requirements. So when we add the pool facility, we add the number of spaces required for the pool facility, and we use golf cart parking as well. When we redid the Manor Inn, we actually added parking back to the Manor Inn, I believe, as a result of that. And a lot of our guests use shuttles. They come in 2 cars. They typically will fly to the airport and get here. So I think to look at what's happening in our business and in our community right now, there's just distortions, there's anomalies, the drive market has expanded dramatically during this COVID era, and so the mention of 2 weeks ago, try to find a parking spot, we're seeing differences in our business that we've never seen before that are putting stress on the existing parking. So there are anomalies, but there's the January, hey, there was mention of January, the large group that typically comes in January is canceled. They're not going to be able to host the Our State event here in January, so you won't have that issue this January. So, we feel like we have a great partnership with the village. It's not a smoke-filled room where these things are done. It's through the process. And as I mentioned, we're residents of the community. We want our visitors to enjoy the community just as much as your visitors do. We understand and we hear your concerns, and we're going to work with this group and with the USGA to address them. Ultimately, on balance, we do believe this is going to be additive to the community, to think about our national governing body having a full-time presence in Pinehurst, having U.S. Open championships here every 5 to 6 years puts us on par with St. Andrews in Scotland. And that's a wonderful, enviable position to be in. I hear what you're saying, and as we move through this process, we'll work to address all of the concerns. I don't know that we're going to be able to solve all the parking issues throughout the village as a result of a 36-room hotel. I think it's bringing a lot of existing issues to the forefront, and we're committed to working with the village and all the other related parties to seek solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Now, we're still in a public hearing, and it would be time now for any questions, comments, discussion of what we've heard in the public hearing by members of the council. At some point, we will recess the public hearing, go into a more detailed discussion at council level about this incentive agreement. But at this time, are there any questions of the members from the council to the resort or to members of the public who are here? Judy?
Yeah, so Tom, I have a question about, someone mentioned about the shops in this property. And are there significant plans for shopping in this small boutique lodge?
Currently, there are no plans for any shopping in this.
And Tom, you're taller than the microphone right now, so you could either raise it up or use the other one, but or the desk out here too, if you would prefer.
There are no current plans to have any shopping facilities. We've got a wonderful pro shop down the hallway, and we don't need to create another one. So, thank you.
Judy, anything else?
No, and I think, definitely the issue for the croquet and lawn bowl players is where will that facility be relocated? But certainly there's no question that you intend to honor that sport and continue to have it operate out of the club.
Is that a question?
Sort of, yeah. I'm just echoing what I think you said earlier, yeah.
All right. I'm just going to go around the table here. Jane, did you have any questions or comments you'd like to make, and then we'll get into the discussion. Go ahead.
Well, there's a lot of concern about parking, and it seems to me that there's at least two layers to that one. And one is the adequacy of on-site parking at the club site, because they've got a parking lot which is meant to serve the facilities they have now, and they're looking to install some USGA facilities on top of that, and then another club facility on top of that. And the only sketches we've got so far show the footprints of the building, but they don't disclose anything about where adequate parking would go for those new operations. And both operations seem to be taking at least some of the existing parking away. So that's going to have to be part of the equation. I don't know that we solve that tonight, but that's going to be eventually part of the equation. Another part of the equation, though, the other portion of it is the additional amount of traffic and parking requirements that this is going to bring to the village generally. So that's something that is referenced in our document. And that's something I'd like to get a little bit better handle on.
Moving to my right, Kevin?
I just wanted to say in the recitals, the fourth point where, and it's separate from this agreement, that the resort and the village each agree that they will continue in good faith to attempt to negotiate a separate agreement to address long-term parking needs at the Carolina Hotel and the Pinehurst Resort. I really appreciate that statement. I think it's extremely important that parking is in this agreement. And I think you're right, Tom. I don't think this hotel is the issue. It's like a straw on a camel's back, and that's really what. So, but it's just time to address it. We have it in this document, and I appreciate you guys. You know, we're going to get together and try to solve this together. You'd agree with that, right?
Yeah, I agree with you that it was purposefully put in the document, and we intend to pursue those solutions together. And Jane, there will be the required parking for the USGA facility would be in the plan, and the required parking for a new 36-room hotel would be in the plan. It's just not. I think the USGA's parking may have been shown in a very preliminary, but additional parking is in the plan for each one of those facilities. But
I was talking about beyond that, trying to deal with the bigger issue at the Carolina Hotel. That you agree that we're going to have discussions in the future on that. Yeah. And I think people can appreciate that here in the audience, and that's here in the recitals. It's not anything official, you know, except that we're going to work together to solve it. And I thought it was important for people to hear that that's in there, and we're going to do that together.
Yes, that recital is a very important part of the contract incentive agreement. Kevin, anything further?
That's it.
Lydia.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everybody who showed up tonight, whether you spoke or not. Thank you for your level of interest. I wished every time we opened these doors, every one of these chairs would be filled. One thing Tom mentioned, I think John might have mentioned, tonight it's just looking at the incentive agreement, but we hear you loud and clear. And one thing you probably know, but I'll just reiterate or just emphasize this point. Like Tom said, this is just a process. And whatever they want to construct will have to go through the same process that it'll be a zone change. It'll go through planning and zoning. There'll be public hearings. You will be able to see everything they want to do. You'll be able to come to hearings. You'll get the opportunity to say again what you said tonight. But I can, I know somebody's really frustrated because the three of us who were elected last year don't seem to be doing anything, or you're not satisfied with what we're doing or not doing. But we really do hear you, and the resort hears you. And we want to address these problems. We've got a transportation planner that we're trying to hire that will be able to address these issues with traffic on Highway 5, traffic on Shaw Road, traffic on Ritter. So don't give up on us. Come to these hearings. Leo, you probably like having people come and listen to you and ask you questions. It makes us all better when you participate. So thank you for coming, thank you for listening, thank you for asking questions, and please just keep coming back.
Jeff, any clarification, question, comment that you wish to make?
No, Leah made the comments that I would have otherwise made, so thank you. Just to remind everybody that this is just about the incentive agreement, and the full complement of approval processes is ahead yet for this facility and with the USGA facilities.
Yeah. Thank you. As I think everybody in the council has said, we're hearing comments. Some of them relate to membership relationships with the resort, but they come into this economic incentive agreement because it's the decisions of that agreement, if they're carried out, could affect other amenities of the resort. All of us are members of the resort, so we appreciate your comments just as well. And I'm sure the resort has heard those comments tonight. The incentive agreement is there to create a situation where if things progress, the resort can construct this hotel building, which has multiple purposes, not only for their use, but the USGA and for US Opens. On the issue of transparency, which was commented on, I would just like to say that, as Jeff mentioned at the outset, in economic development situations like this, the Village Council is allowed to have closed meetings to evaluate certain things, and that we have done. But starting in September, with the USGA announcement and the USGA hearing here, we've tried to be as open and communicating as much as possible, realizing that neither in the USGA situation nor here with the resort, we have a building or even a site plan yet to show you, and we don't have that yet. And therefore, there wasn't any intention to hide those things. It just as we didn't have any. We were only dealing with a request from the USGA on the one hand, the resort on the other, to create an incentive for them to construct these as a part of the overall project. And with that in mind, the overall project, of course, affects the whole state of North Carolina. It's been a very large equation of things that has come to pass at the state level, the county level, and the village of Pinehurst to make this USGA move possible. So those are all things that have been in the council's mind as we evaluated what to do with the USGA and what to do here with the resort. I think that's probably the only other comment I need to make before we would go into a discussion and discuss some other facts that are relative to this particular transaction. So unless I hear comment from council, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing and move back into the regular meeting for further discussion on this point.
Move to adjourn the public hearing and return to the regular meeting.
There's a motion by Judy Davis to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second that.
A second by Kevin Drum. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous, so we're back in a regular meeting. Now, it hasn't been stated, this would be the time to do it, I think, that another reason that the council has entertained this incentive agreement is the fact that the resort over time, long time, 125 years, but looking more to the recent past, has invested heavily in Pinehurst for all of our benefit. So we've had to assess that impact. And one of the questions, both in the letter and I think from the public comments here, were to that tonight. Our data shows that the assessed valuation of the resort properties is somewhere in the area of $150, $160 million. And taxes paid, I believe, in the last year or so were $450,000, $480,000. So the resort has been contributing into the community for a very long time with its assets and its activities and its taxes. So an agreement like this is meant to enhance the overall USGA effort, work with the resort to provide some incentives to them, but also to resolve some specific issues, parking being one of those in the village of Pinehurst. Those would be the sort of additional information pieces I'd like everybody to have in their mind. Are there other pieces of information or discussion then from the council on this transaction?
So one thing I would add too is that this whole dialogue began with the USGA, and this became part of the entire package. When we announced and approved the USGA program in September, the agreement with the Pinehurst Resort was not created at that point in time. And in reflecting back, I'm really glad it wasn't, because it gave us time to look at this more, and that's also where the recital came in there to address parking. And I know that there are multiple equations. I think Deb Layla, no, she's still here. So the village also has to step up to some parking requirements and needs in the village as well as looking at what the resort does. So this is really not just the resort that needs to do this. The village needs to do things as well, and we recognize that. And going into our strategic retreat that will begin in December, this is good timing to have had this program put on the table and to hear from everybody tonight about the concerns you all brought about quality of life in the village. Definitely will be utmost importance to us as we get into that session. So the two things here are that this is part of a bigger bundle of programs with the USGA. In this current economic climate with the many conferences that are being canceled in January and February, I'm not sure the Pinehurst LLC would be looking at building a hotel property on any part of their grounds were it not for the USGA. And I think that, you know, part of the USGA wanting to be here on a more frequent basis, which many of us are very excited about, is because there will be infrastructure here to accommodate players and the press and all kinds of things going forward. So I think we'll have some growing pains going through this, but I think in the long term, as we look back at this in 5 or 10 years, we'll recognize what an excellent contribution this is to the quality of life, and it definitely underscores the history of golf and the history and the importance of the Pinehurst Resort.
I want to add on that, if I could. I agree with you, Judy. We all got to be part of this. And I would add that the resort and the village has to work together to work with the Department of Transportation. We have to work closer together to fix Highway 5 and Morganton Road. And I would even say our new partner, the USGA, has to get in on the discussion. I think we maybe could increase that timeline if we all work together. So I think I'm just getting on your point. It's everyone has to be involved with the solution. And I would just ask you to help us. Let's work together to try to get that realignment of Morganton and Highway 5 accomplished. And so we could have, you know, it helps you, it helps everyone here. I think it's something that we should spend some time together on. So just to add to your point.
That multiple faceted formula that affects all of this. And as Kevin said, that's our objective, is to work with all the parties. Lydia?
To a point Kevin made and a point, John, that you made, in addition to working with USGA and DOT, I would bring into that discussion our local delegation in the General Assembly. Yes. I mean, John, to your point, I was looking back at the resort's contributions to Pinehurst since 1995, and the list I compiled just to put some flesh on those bones. The renovations or the improvements or additions they made, number 2, number 4, number 8, the renovation of the Holly Inn, the renovation to the Carolina Hotel. They built the spa, they renovated the Members Club, the Cradle in Thistledew, the swimming pool complex, the Manor Hotel renovation. They completely restored the Pinehurst Brewing Company. I think that would be a pile of rubble if they didn't take that on. And purchased Pinehurst number 9. So when I looked at that, that is an impressive list of things that the resort has done to improve our village. So I think it's, thank them. Anyway, and I agree with everything Judy says. I think this is putting a top-notch jewel into this gem that we call Pinehurst.
Yes. I'm sorry, Jane, did you have another comment on an open discussion?
Not disagreeing with what anybody else has said. I feel quite sensitive to folks who are learning about this project at the club for the first time in our agenda package. We've known about it, not in very much detail, but at least we've had a glimmer for quite some time. And whenever I learn about something for the first time, my immediate reaction is, holy smokes, what's that? And in the interest of giving the public a chance to understand it better, to come to grips with it, and perhaps, you know, just percolate on it, I'm wondering if it isn't the better part of valor to put this to our December meeting so that people have a chance to think it through and ask whatever other questions they may have. And as a corollary to that, maybe we could look at some of the, because I think the site plans will be the places to look at the on-site parking for the specific buildings, but the parking around the Carolina Hotel and other parts of the village might be something we could look at a little bit more closely now, again, just to get a little bit better handle on that. I put that out there because really, from what I've heard tonight, and also hearing people say, well, there's going to be so many jobs coming, and that's not very many vehicle trips if you just look at the number of jobs. But it isn't just the number of jobs, it's the visitors and everything else. So that seems to have been left out of the equation in some venues. So I just would like to submit that possibility.
Judy?
I hear you, Jane, about, is there any compelling event that we have to make this decision tonight? And probably there's not a compelling event. I mean, but I think your task that you're putting before us is way more ambitious than we could, resolve by the next meeting. I don't know that we would know much more than what we know tonight, that yes, we have to do something about parking. And exactly what we're going to do and what the resort might do, I don't know that that will make a difference to a decision we would make tonight or at our meeting in December.
Oh, I don't expect we'd be able to solve it, no. But maybe we could get a little bit down the road.
If this is just a hearing on the incentive agreement, and then aren't there way too many issues to even contemplate right now that will arise and be dealt with as they go through their planning process, and as they start submitting plans to planning? I mean, I agree with Judy. There's so many issues that I don't think we could deal with all of them between now and December, but there are issues that will necessarily arise as this plan unfolds and is submitted for approval through our normal processes.
I'm not talking about the parking for the site plans. That's going to be figured out in the context of the site plan applications. I'm talking about this tangential parking issue in the downtown village, which is just referred to on a recital.
Jane, as part of your point, though, too, having time to evaluate comments that were made tonight, but
yes,
taking Judy's point, I'm not sure we can do very much more on
substantively, possibly,
parking
no,
and
probably
the issues
not.
related to croquet and lawn bowls and the related issues on that are really member to
That's true.
resort issues, although they certainly affect the quality of life in Pinehurst, and that's something that we care dearly about. But I'm just wondering, maybe along Judy's lines, would we really gain much by deferring a decision on this until December of the key issue, which is parking, I think? And would we really know much more than we know we need to know, which I think is Lydia's point that will come out in the hearing process?
I think that's our key issue, yeah.
Say again, please.
That's our key issue
Right.
as a council, yeah.
And luckily, we're on the cusp of starting our strategic retreat, on the 1st of December, where as part of our process that we've learned the Baldrige way, we need to put this in there, and we've got to, figure out the strategic direction that we want to go in, and that's really part and parcel of that. I think fabulous, wonderful commentary tonight. Many of the things that we've already heard from Elizabeth and Jim and Deb Layler before, but, I think it's really good to bring it all together, and we've got a new resource that we'll be bringing on staff. So I think that I don't know what we could do between now and December any more than get this process going in our strategic plan and figure out what we're going to do and get people assigned to it.
Kevin, would you care to comment on this?
Well, I trust our partner that they will work with us to fix the parking at Carolina, and I feel like they will obey the PDO on the parking on the hotel, and so I think I'm like Debbie. I'm excited that the word parking is being used in the sentences. That's all. We have to deal with it, and I don't think it's their responsibility to deal with village parking. So I kind of disagree with that. Their responsibility is to deal with Carolina parking in a Pinehurst resort. So I kind of disagree. That's our responsibility. But I think we could work together on all of it. We're too small a village to not come to terms with this. I think we just have to have faith in each other right now. And I know it's tough for some people in the audience, but I think we just got to agree to solve this issue. And if we agree to solve this issue, we can solve it. I heard agreement tonight that you're going to work with us to solve this issue. So that's what I heard. And it was kind of part of the public record. So that's enough for me.
It is very important. It is very important.
I heard you're going to work with us with Department of Transportation, which I think you have more stroke than we do. Be
I
honest.
probably disagree with that, but
So, I am a positive person, and this has been an issue that we have to deal with, and I trust that you'll work with us to deal with it. So that's kind of where I need to be. I need to be in a positive place that we're all going to do what we say we're going to do.
speaking of the DOT, I hope you all read in the paper as I did that there's going to be a major bond issue by the state for Department of Transportation programs to kind of catch up on the delays they've had. So that does affect our work, I think, with the USGA and the resort and working through our state delegation. That's sort of a side issue, but it's still there, and we'll be talking about that later.
Change their formula. Safety is a bigger factor.
Yeah.
I think that is an important thing, that safety, rather than moving freight, was a big factor in their calculations. There's been some weird calculation change that might work in our favor. I don't know. But I want to move this timeline up. I don't like the 10-year thing. I agree with the comment.
You're talking about DOT.
DOT.
Yeah, we're not talking about the resort
I know.
now. Okay, just to clarify that. Let's keep this to the resort.
Well, I heard they're going to work with us on.
Oh, I did too.
DOT. So
Now, there is a helpful suggestion that we should consider deferring this until our December meeting to give us a little more time to evaluate comments we've heard tonight and some of the issues related to the incentive agreement. Is there a consensus of the council to delay till December or to try to take a vote tonight? I'll go around. And Lydia, where would you, what? Kevin?
I'm prepared to vote tonight.
Judy? Jane? That's your opinion is your opinion. That's all right. All right. I'll ask, is there a motion then to approve the proposed incentive agreement with Pinehurst LLC?
I move to authorize the mayor to execute the proposed economic incentive agreement with Pinehurst LLC, which will increase the taxable property and increase employment opportunities in the village of Pinehurst.
There is a motion by Judy Davis. It requires a second. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor say aye.
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 Are there opposed? The motion carries 5-0. That's unanimous. I want to reflect on a comment that Lydia made earlier. We appreciate the comments that we have heard and the presence of all of you here, and those will not go unaddressed to the best degree that we can. There are a lot of different issues being talked about. Not all of them are directly the responsibility of the Pinehurst Village Council, but we will certainly be working on those that are our responsibility and try to work with others to encourage successful solutions to all the issues that were raised. With that, I think we'll move on in our agenda. And that would bring us to item number 10, I think.
Thank you all for being here.
And thank you all for being here. If you're going to leave, we have some interesting other things to discuss tonight.
All right. Everybody's aware that we're operating on a strategic operating plan. It's an annual plan that the council adopts every summer, May, June timeframe. And once a quarter, we regularly report out to the council on our progress in implementing that plan. And so that's what Lauren's going to cover with you next.
Excuse me, Jeff. Ladies and gentlemen, the regular meeting is still in progress. If you intend to be speaking and you're not here to listen to the next reports or speak on those, would you please exit, continue your conversations out in the hallway or outside, but you're welcome to stay otherwise. Lauren, good evening to you.
Hi, good evening. Hope y'all are doing well. Thank you for having me. I'm here to present, as Jeff said, the Strategic Operating Plan update for the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. The update covers the timeframe from July 1st of 2020 through September 30th. And as a reminder to everyone and to the public, the Village Council adopts a strategic operating plan. It indicates the village's plan to achieve our vision and mission. In addition, we use a balanced scorecard approach to measure our performance here. And in this year's strategic operating plan, there were 8 initiative action plans scheduled to span across the fiscal year. As you know, around here, we are all about continuous improvement, and so you'll see on page 3 something new this time. You'll see on page 3 that we've listed out the strategic opportunities that the Village Council identified and prioritized at last year's strategic planning retreat. So you'll remember the 4 quadrants. This is the list that was identified at the retreat. Here at the Village, and using our Baldrige framework, we define strategic opportunities as prospects for new or changed services or processes. So what happened after the retreat is staff took this list of strategic opportunities and we plugged it into the 5-year financial forecast. As you recall, we use something called an OFI list. That's our to-do list. It's our actionable items, and we classify them as either an evaluation, a project, or an initiative action plan. So each of these strategic opportunities was plugged in as either a project or an initiative action plan over the 5-year planning period. Staff, we continue to focus on these, but we really didn't have a systematic way to come back to you and say, okay, you said these were the strategic opportunities, let me give you a quick update of where we stand with them. Because more of them, there are more than just initiative action plans on this list, and we want to make sure council's aware of that. So every quarter going forward, we'll add this page into this report if that's helpful, so that you know where we stand with each of these strategic opportunities. When you look at that on page 3, I'm not going to go in detail with these, but you can see a quick summary, just our quick notes of where we stand with each of them. You'll see the top few are IAPs, or initiative action plans, which we will cover here in just a second in greater detail. But there are also projects on this list. A couple that are in progress right now are evaluating and identifying and purchasing land for a future 3rd fire station. We know we've been looking for that and evaluating the best place for that. That's in progress. The pursuing regulatory authority around our borders through ETJ extensions and all of that, that is an item that we have not started yet in a formal way, but there have been some other discussions, I believe, Jeff, from the agreement standpoint, perhaps with Moore County. Actually, that might not be that one. I might be thinking of a different one.
Related to that, but it's not that one.
Not that one, okay.
Well, I'm sorry, it is, yeah. It's the last part of that one.
The last part of it, right, the water and wastewater agreement with Moore County, okay. So that one, a portion of that has started, but formally for the entire regulatory authority for the ETJ, that has not started yet. Of course, we are in the first quarter, so you'll hear that a little bit. Then you'll see the next 2 are related to transportation. And so one is to develop a comprehensive plan for mitigating traffic on Highway 5, and then also to consolidate and align our multimodal transportation planning. So both of those are in progress with what was previously mentioned in the meeting tonight about our transportation planner position that was posted after authorized by the Village Council. Another item on this list was to identify alternative locations for our public services complex. That's not started yet. We have implement elements of our 2015 Comprehensive Pedestrian and Bike Plan. And of course, you're well aware that you approved to proceed with a project around the Rattlesnake Trail and Woods Road walkway project area. And then the next is to create a master plan to develop West Pinehurst Park. And staff is developing the RFQ for this master plan for the consultants. Okay. The other items that were on the strategic opportunities list from that council meeting, from the retreat, there's a few that are plugged into future fiscal years as well, which you see down below. Okay.
When we get together in September, we'll look at the viability of keeping these things on.
In December, we will, right. So we will start, right, exactly. We will reevaluate, are these still the strategic opportunities? Do we need to evaluate? Do we need to change the timeline of them? That sort of thing. But for now, we have taken your direction from the last retreat and plugged it into the 5-year period. So these are plugged in. They do have financial implications for some of them. And of course, the initiative action plans that we are moving forward with as well right now. Okay. So the next page, you'll see our usual report, which shows our initiative action plans scheduled to begin in fiscal year 2021. As I mentioned, there are 8 scheduled for the year, but one of them is scheduled to begin in the 3rd quarter. So you'll see an update primarily for those that were scheduled to begin in Q1 here. You'll see the full report is attached, but here is a briefing on the 7 initiative action plans that were scheduled to begin. All are in progress and on schedule. We also monitor our metrics for each of our initiative action plans in order to track our effectiveness at accomplishing our targeted results. And as of September 30th, we achieved metrics for 5 out of 7 IAP metrics, which is 71%, that were tracked in the 1st quarter. Again, attached to this is a 2-page report in detail of where we stand with each of our initiative action plans at the end of the 1st quarter. And it will show you those detailed metrics to give you kind of the comprehensive overview of each of these. Council, I know that you all have been well-versed in this update. I know you've looked through the detail of this already, but just to give you a quick update, and just for the public to know as well, with it being the 1st quarter strategic operating plan update, I do think it's important that we highlight what those initiative action plans are, just so the public is also aware of that. But this year we have the initiative action plan for the police department accreditation, which staff is well underway with working on. That's been a carry forward. We've been continuing to work on that over the last few years, pursuing the CALIA accreditation. They're working on getting their standards in place, ensuring that their policies align to the standards, and then collecting proofs that go along with compliance of the standards. We are updating the Pinehurst Development Ordinance. So in the 1st quarter specifically, the tree preservation standards were drafted and will be presented were presented at the November 5th P&Z meeting. We have our small area plans for Village Place, Rattlesnake Trail Corridor, and the Pinehurst South area, commercial area. And at the end of the 1st quarter, our staff continued to work with Design Collective, the selected consultant, during the RFP process in order to draft that contract for their consulting services. Then you'll see we have our development of a comprehensive stormwater master plan. This is the one that is scheduled to begin in the 3rd quarter. So we push this to 3rd quarter, it'll start ramping up then, and we'll carry forward into the next fiscal year as well for the development of the full master plan. We have our process improvement IAP here for the Planning and Inspections Department. There were just a few wrap-up items left on this initiative action plan at the end of the fiscal year previous. And so we've moved those forward here, and you'll see the updated some working on several PDO amendments for the new online software that we use for permitting, as well as drafting permit guides that will help aid in the education for how we handle our permitting process. We continue to build our Baldrige framework systems and culture. That was another initiative action plan that we've had over the last few years, and as you're well aware, we submitted our application last fiscal year. And during the first quarter, we were all about preparations of the site visit. So we were fully prepared at the end of the first quarter to begin the site visit just a few days later in October. And then we have our expansion of our GIS capabilities. Again, this is another year of this initiative action plan specifically to continue that implementation of the strategic plan that we have for GIS. And in the first quarter, our staff, our IT staff and Public Services Department worked together on creating interactive maps for stormwater collection. So that's kind of a first step using our technology to create those maps, and that will also pair nicely right into that master planning initiative action plan. And then the last initiative action plan on the list, sorry, I forgot my scrolling duties over here, is the Workforce Learning and Development Initiative Action Plan. This is also one we've continued on since for the last couple of years, working to develop that systematic learning and development process here internally for our staff. There were no new tasks really implemented in the first quarter. Most of them, if they're new tasks to our process, they'll be implemented in the third quarter. But we're continuing to have our annual performance evaluations. We had our goal setting, and we had to make some adjustments for our TOPS training program this year, when we typically would have scheduled it and already had classes this fall for our staff for internal development trainings. We have pushed that out a little bit further due to COVID. So we knew we were pretty limited on the gatherings that we were able to have and that sort of thing, but we continue to focus on what we can do and continue to develop our staff. So you'll see out to the side are the metrics. I won't go through each of those, but right now we are achieving metrics in 71%, so 5 out of the 7 IAP metrics that we are currently tracking. So that concludes my update. Council, if I'm here for any questions that you may have on where we stand with our strategic operating plan.
A couple questions for me,
Sure.
Lauren. Which of these IAPs is likely to be concluded before the end of the fiscal year? In other words, this second quarter, third quarter? Are there ones that are, even if they're yellow, they're moving right along, without reading all the fine print here, which probably is there, but are there ones that are kind of moving to conclusion pretty well, pretty fast?
The police department accreditation will occur in the summer months, and now I'm trying to remember if it's June or July, so it will be right around that threshold.
Yeah, that one will stretch.
So that goes on.
It might go into next year. I think it's July. Let's see. The planning and inspections process improvements, that one will conclude this year. The Baldridge IAP will conclude this year.
You mean by the end of the fiscal year, not the...
By the end of the fiscal year, correct.
Okay, okay.
The GIS capabilities will probably move from being an initiative action plan to more of it's a continuous function or responsibility of our team. So it probably would move off the initiative action plan at that point.
And we will be continuing to implement
The
that
plan.
strategic plan, though, for several years.
Right.
Correct, right. They'll be moving into the different department needs, what GIS capabilities within the departments, and that sort of thing. And I would say probably I'd say the last one, Workforce Learning and Development, is probably the last one that we're on the kind of final steps of the new, and now we've created that systematic process, so it may next year or in future years move off as an initiative action plan and just continue to move forward with that.
So most of these are going to take to the end of the fiscal year to complete. There's nothing that's sort of moving at a faster pace that might end in the second quarter, early third quarter.
Aldridge.
Aldridge, yeah.
Give me about 2 weeks,
Thankfully.
a week, 1 week?
Okay, right.
That's maybe an unfair question. I'm just trying to judge,
Kind of workload and that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
How much room there is to add other things.
Sorry, Judy?
How much room there is to add other things.
Yeah, how much room do we have? My other question had to do with comments earlier in the day about where we are in the stormwater management, and I think some of those questions have been answered. Yeah. And we can defer that further discussion to the work session unless council wants to raise it here for any reason. I see Mike is with us for later or whenever, but Are we relatively
Yeah, if you have any other
satisfied with
questions,
those
I'm not
comments?
happy.
We had quite extensive comments.
Yeah, well, the data he gave us,
Yeah.
you know, that was pretty
All right.
comprehensive, but, and we know it was a storm incident that caused most of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that was interesting.
it's still helpful.
Yeah, very helpful background to
I
that.
like the geo-tracking, but.
Okay. So we'll just defer any further comment on that now. Are there other questions of council then to Lauren on this report and where we are?
A couple of things, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kelly.
Lydia, go ahead. Yeah.
A couple of things that stood out. The number of days to get permits, we were aiming for 11, and it's 12.93. Average number of days to issue single-family permits for new construction and any, is it because they're so busy because of so many new homes being built, or?
It's a combination of several different things. I think there have been a couple of instances where it's been more on the customer side, not getting the complete package back to us in a timely manner. I think those have kind of drawn out in a couple of the months to skew that number a little bit.
It's interesting that draws against us.
Natalie may have some other
Yeah,
insights on this too.
Natalie's done a full analysis because we've actually amended that, the goal to be a more appropriate goal for what it needs to be. So
Right, it
Natalie
started
has
out
full
being,
detail.
started out being 8 days, right?
Correct, yeah, so I can shed a little bit of light on it. So you may recall the last time we were here, this metric has continued to be in the red this past fiscal year. And that's because the previous way of tracking this metric included all single-family, new additions, alterations, pools, decks, patios, accessory structures, is a laundry list of permit types that were included. When we converted to Excella, our new online permit software, July 1, we changed it to only include single-family addition, alteration, or new permits. Okay, so all of those fence permits that we could turn around in 3 days got pulled out of the equation, if you will, right? But the goal, we didn't have enough historical data in Excella to be able to determine what the appropriate goal level was. So we went through and did that. We also found along the way a couple of things that are process improvements that we're going to make internally on our side in terms of, and I think the IT department may have already done this, but we put in a request for them to create a view for our building inspectors because that's where it's getting held up. It's an inspection review. A view of all their plan reviews that they have to do, that are due. And we shortened the review date time, or SLA, the number of days that we said for them to review them, to start moving things along. Because every day they come in and they say, these are the building inspections I have to do today. I have to do 22, you know. So they're focused on getting the inspections done, but they also have this plan review responsibility as well. So we've created views so when they come in the morning, they can pop up and easily see, these are the plans that are due, that I have to review this week, and it can keep them on schedule. Does that help?
And I think some of that is just growing pains from changing from a paper copy process to this online permitting software process as well, and kind of thinking through those, the needs of the different people that play a role within the permitting process.
Any other question? Jane?
Well, that's wonderful. I just hope we aren't setting unrealistic speed goals at the expense of either doing it properly or alternatively burning out our staff
A
members.
reasonable question, you know.
So,
it is
that's not for tonight, but that's something that we should be looking at, is our planning department generally.
Natalie's point, I mean, we're in the process now of trying to figure out what the appropriate goal is based on our performance. So
Right.
no, there's no pressure to drive that number down arbitrarily.
There is not. And in fact, all of the people who perform the work were involved in the decision about what the appropriate goal is. So we involved Jamie and Scott Thomas, the two folks who are primarily involved in all that. And they looked at all the 12 months of historical data that I pulled together, and we jointly together came to what we as a collective group all thought was an appropriate and reasonable goal for them.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, why don't we move on? Thank you very much.
Okay,
Lauren, are
thank
you going
you.
to talk to us next, or is Natalie, I guess?
John, can I ask that maybe we move to item number 13 now? We've got, David Lambert's been waiting here
Oh.
patiently, and
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
And yes, that would be fine with
I
me.
should have
and
caught that when we put the agenda together, but
I just made a decision. Go to 13.
Yeah.
Good. Please.
I thought that was you. I can't tell with a mask.
You turn this off.
Mike Apke. go
Okay,
ahead.
thanks. So we are pleased to have David Lambert here with us this evening. He is the Solid Waste Director for Moore County. He has been in that position for a little more than a year now, and he has worked with us on several items, but the purpose for him being here tonight is to talk a little bit about recycling. Just a brief overview. I know you probably are aware of this, but the village provides curbside recycling services to approximately 8,000 residences within our corporate limits that elect to participate in that service. Our trucks collect the recyclables out of the green trash cans. Out of the green cans, we haul them down to Moore County's transfer station, which is located on Highway 5 towards Aberdeen. And then from that point, the county hauls them to Pratt Industries, which is located in Fayetteville. We have very specific, we the village, have very specific guidelines as to what can and cannot be placed within your recycle cart. Some of you may have seen Melissa Holt, I think last year, had developed a Recycling 101 booklet. We put these in all of our new resident packets that go out to people that request them. We've actually started putting, we developed some stickers that we're putting on new recycle carts, so when somebody moves in and actually requests a new cart, we're putting these stickers on there that tell what can and cannot go within your cart. Of course, there's information on our website about it. Melissa's pretty regularly putting things on social media about it. We've put stuff in our quarterly newsletter. But even with all of that education, we still struggle a little bit with contamination within our recycle stream. And by contamination, I really mean anything that's in your recycle cart that's not supposed to be there. I will say, though, too, that the recycling contamination is really not a problem that's limited to us. In fact, it's a pretty widespread problem. David and I both participated in a webinar, I think back in September, that was put on by the state. And there were various municipalities from all across, I think it was the central portion of North Carolina, and at one point the state stopped and said, well, what's the most challenging thing you all are facing today? And I think the overwhelming response or majority of that was contamination. Trash, other items, things in our recycling streams that are not supposed to be there. So the reason that it's important to us, though, is because the higher the contamination levels on there, the greater the possibility is that our trucks, when they take them down to the transfer station, could be considered trash. I mean, when they dump the recycle load on the floor there, if it's too contaminated, and I may give him a chance to speak about that a little bit, there's the recycle pile over here, and there's the trash pile over here, and it could get pushed into the trash pile. And I sometimes make the analogy, it's like when you're in school and a couple people are being disruptive in the class, and then the whole class gets punished for it. You know, a few people doing the wrong thing can kind of be detrimental to everybody. So we're trying to reduce that contamination. We want our recycle loads to actually be recyclable. And so what we're doing now internally, we're really trying to track, we just started actually tracking the number of loads that we take down there that are supposed to be recycling that are pushed into the trash pile. We're taking that, we're going to link those back to where those loads came from so we can at least determine, okay, which neighborhoods are having the worst problems and maybe focus our efforts on education and trying to clean up the recycle stream in those neighborhoods. But part of the problem that we also have is that different municipalities within the county have different marketing materials or guides, and they can be conflicting in some cases. They certainly can be confusing in some cases. And David had approached us a few months ago about establishing a countywide standard And we're certainly supportive of that. So we're here tonight to talk about that. What came out of that is they developed a program with a hashtag called Recycle More, M-O-O-R-E, for Moore County. You have a resolution that is before you tonight that's pretty simple and just shows our willingness to participate in that program. It does not prohibit us from still doing the things that we want to do that may be specific to our customers, but it does give us some access to some materials that the county is working on providing that I think will be beneficial to our residents. And the other thing I'll say about that is the state has indicated, and I'll let him talk about this too, but the state has indicated that they may be willing to provide some grant funding to the county to get the word out, to develop the materials with Recycle More to get the word out. And so in order to provide that, they wanted to show, or they wanted proof that we were all kind of unified in our goal of reducing the contamination and that we were unified in this Recycle More campaign. So that's the purpose of the resolution, to show we agree with it, to show, I think several other municipalities have already adopted it, several plan to adopt it. And with that, I'll ask, do you have anything more to add to that? You want to come up here or you want to go there? Okay.
Mayor Strickland, Council, again, David Lambert with Moore County Solid Waste. Thank you very much for having me before you today. It is a beautiful day in Pinehurst, as they say. But thank you very much. We are working on this countywide standard, and Moore County is unique. We have these industries called MRFs that we send all of our recycling materials to. Moore County is serviced by 3, and each MRF sets those standards. Now, the material that you're in your municipality, it comes to our transfer station, and then it goes to Pratt in Fayetteville. Southern Pines, it goes to Sunoco. Robbins, Carthage, Vass, I believe, it will go through Republic Services and go to somewhere close to Hickory. So each one of those areas has their own set of standards and own set of rules, and just because an item says that it is recyclable does not mean that it is capable of being recycled. And there's so much confusion about that. And it is way complicated. And so one of the things that the state wants to do is to really, one thing that their goals have been to really change about how we talk about it. We're not talking about 1s and 2s so much anymore. We're talking about specific items. And we want to create an opportunity for Moore County. If I live in Robbins, if I wake up in Robbins, go to work in Pinehurst, or go to church in Southern Pines, I'm going to have 3 different standards. And we need to have that cohesive standard. And if we can have that standard, we can limit confusion, we can have better education, and we can limit contamination. And when we limit that contamination, we can reduce the costs. And that cost is very expensive. It's very expensive to us, and it's very expensive to towns and municipalities who bring their materials to us and then bring them to, and we bring it to Pratt. Moore County is not necessarily we receive the material, we're not necessarily sorting through whether something is trash or not. If it comes as recycling, it is going to recycling, if it comes to us that way. Now, if we see something blatantly obvious, like a big can or a big something that's not necessarily in there, we'll push that aside, and we don't want to contaminate the load. But what we do is, and Pratt makes that determination about whether things are contaminated. And what we do is we've been very fortunate in that we have not had any loads rejected, at least since I've been here. Not because of me, it was standard set forth, but we had not had any loads rejected. And what was happening was our loads were coming to the transfer station, we were sending it to Pratt, they said no. We then had to pay to have it transported back to us and then reloaded up and sent to Troy. So that's a lot of extra costs. What we're doing now is we're sending those materials, and they are charging us a processing fee because of contamination. The good news is that if we can reduce contamination, and I've been actually in conversations with Pratt Industries today on really defining what that level is and making sure the communication of what they're expecting and what they're seeing and what we're seeing lines up. But if we can get there, we can have recycling where the only cost to us would be the transportation to get it there. If it's below that threshold, it's $0. But if it is contaminated, it costs more than it costs to send it to municipal waste. So in Moore County's drop-off sites, we take it directly from our sites there. We can process some of those for free, and we know your residents are using that for glass, and that separate goes to strategic materials. And then we also have residents all over Moore County using the sites also to drop off recycling materials, and we staff those facilities. And so we are able to process those for free, but unfortunately, you guys are in a lot tougher position. You guys offer an incredible service that that the public demands and expects, and that's curbside service, especially in municipalities. And that's a really hard task for all the Moore County and all the Pinehurst staff to look into. And so I appreciate all the efforts that they've been doing. And again, this proposal is about having some consistency. And we want to work together, and we've been working together with all the leaders to figure out what is that right message and what is those consistent items. And then hopefully we'd have something acceptable enough that we can start having more uniform messaging and marketing. And in that, to that end, we do believe that grant funds would be available for Moore County, in that we could have some sort of a marketing campaign that would not cost directly come out of anyone's budget, maybe besides some small match. And we can work together on that. Moore County is largely utilizing a digital formatting, but we do know in this Recycling 101 pamphlet that Pinehurst has done is tremendous. And that would not limit Pinehurst from doing anything they want to do specifically, but it would also give them the ability to utilize these consistent materials to put that to your residents as well. I have rambled a bit, but I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you very much, David. Other questions?
What other municipalities have agreed to participate to this point?
Cameron was the first. Southern Pines voted last week. Aberdeen voted in the work session to approve it last night. Robbins is Thursday, is expected in Carthage. So every municipality, the goal is everyone, because if we can't have a countywide standard with everyone not signing on, and that's...
Well, you got Robbins taken care of.
Oh, no, I tell you, we tried.
And I just have to bring up the point on glass. Is there any future for us to, you're new at the job, you got new energy on the job. We took that privilege away because of cost. Do you see any future? I feel like state grant money should go towards fixing that problem rather than the marketing problem, and I have to ask you about it.
I completely understand. Each municipality has the ability to determine what is economically feasible for different things. I will say that determination kind of comes downhill, and it's controlled by the MRFs. The MRFs are not accepting it, and that really puts municipalities and people providing these curbside services into an uproar. We are able to process, currently, any resident in Pinehurst or anywhere can bring their glass to me, and I can get it sent off for free. That is not as convenient, but it is free. I do not, I guess the short answer to the question is, I do not know.
You get a change in the supplier you use?
No. In fact, we did look into some of those options. We were working with North Davidson, and there was a fire, and there was a lot of issues that came along with that. And those who have been on the board remember some of those discussions. Those, in fact, if we wanted to go back to them, because they did reopen, it would cost considerably more. In fact, our processing costs for Moore County is considerably lower than other people recently surveyed in other municipalities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Judy?
I have a question. You said we're not looking so much at number 1 and number 2. What are we looking at? Because I've trained myself now to find the 1s and the 2s.
Absolutely. And we're still working on that messaging, and some of this is what we're doing together. But we are saying, we're talking about caps. We're talking about keeping them on. We're talking about the bottles, describing what it is and not the number that's on it. Because if they say, well, if you can accept 1s and 2s, which is theoretically what Pratt Industries was saying they wanted, although there were some that were excluded, but which ones? How do we know? But if we start having 3s and 4s, people question, well, why not 3s and 4s? It says it's recyclable. And so there's so much confusion, and even though that's why they're looking to do that. And so in these documents and in these things, we're looking to, in the things we put out, we're looking to get away from just saying number 1s and 2s and start describing the bottles. Laundry detergent bottles, specifically. Let's talk about shampoo bottles. Let's not talk about plastics, number 2.
Okay, that's very helpful, the guide. We'll wait to see that. Lydia, any
All
questions?
right, I'm trying to figure out what you're going to make consistent, because Moore County will still be serviced by 3 MRFs.
Yes, ma'am.
And the 3 MRFs all take different things. So what are we making consistent?
So what we did is we, representatives from each of the towns, and in those discussions, we took our list of MRFs and the list of what was acceptable from the MRFs, and then also a list of items that we saw, that each municipality saw that they had some problems with, and how can we resolve this? And so each of us put those items together, and we developed this comprehensive list that encompassed all of these issues. Now, what does that mean? It means that in some areas, for some MRFs in certain places, it might be more restrictive. That means that theoretically, the Hickory MRF might be able to take something that Pratt cannot. And the people who are serviced by that MRF may be able to say, well, I could recycle this, but we're saying no. And what the trade-off there is consistency. If we can have that consistent message, we reduce contamination and cost. But when we have all these asterisks, so to speak, you can do this, but not this, only here in this circumstance, no one can understand.
Well, and I really appreciate your willingness or your desire to help with the contamination problem and do a better job of recycling and lower our cost. And if this is a step in that direction, but you know, I know so many people who have all these wonderful materials that we hand out, and it doesn't matter, they still throw away styrofoam and garden hoses
Pizza
and,
boxes.
you know, everything, you know, come from Amazon, and you throw the entire box with all of its content. So if this will help you, though, in that regard, help you make it better?
We must try.
That's a good summary. I mean, as far as, you know, how we just have to keep working at it. Mike will get us right, I'm sure. If there are no other questions, there's a motion to approve, and this is agenda item 13, approve this countywide recycling standard.
I move to approve Resolution 20-36, approving countywide recycling standards.
Motion by Judy Davis, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good to
you,
see you
David.
tonight. Thanks for being with us. Mike, thanks to you, too.
Thank you.
All right, so Jeff, we'll move back to number 11.
Yep, and it's also time for our quarterly financial statement update. And Natalie's going to dust off the cobwebs in her brain. She hasn't done this in many years, but she's going to give this one a whirl.
Can you give us an update on Brooke?
Yes, a few weeks ago, Brooke had a baby Lacey Caroline, and she is doing very well, and Brooke is too. So I'm going to see if I can work this mouse from here. So as I was telling Jeff, it's been quite a few years since I've presented a financial statement, but here we go. It's going to be
Told her she could probably do it in her sleep.
It's going to be really high level. So, as you know, each quarter we present to you the financial statements for the time period ended at the end of the quarter. So here we have 3 months of financial data. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at those. The cover memo is really what I'm going to go through. It highlights just the key points. Every year, our financial position obviously becomes a lot clearer as the year progresses. So really Q1 is like I said, is at a very high level at this point. Overall, we got $6.4 million in income in the first 3 months of the year, and our fund balance is at 78% of budgeted expenditures. That's a little higher than what we saw the previous year, and there's a lot of factors that have contributed to this. Number one, our revenues have come in higher than we thought they would. And number two, we deferred a fairly sizable number of expenditures, and we asked our department heads to just hold the horses and hold the reins back until we could see what happened. So never in my 20-year career history have I ever seen us only spend 3% of capital in Q1. So it is unprecedented for us to have that level of expenditures held back, as well as this level of income in 3 months. So overall, that in fact impacted our cash and investment balances. Those went up a couple $100,000. That is pretty typical from year to year. And also, we were able to pay our regular debt down a little bit in Q1. And in Q2, we've already made the payment in October. So I'm happy to say, as of today, the village is debt-free.
Oh, as of now.
We should have a party or something.
As of right, yes. We paid it week before last, so it's paid off. Yeah, so we have no more debt. Yeah, it's very exciting.
I can find some uses for the next bond. Go ahead.
Yeah. Our property tax revenues, this was the stumper for me. I've never seen this either. We had $863,000 above our quarterly estimate for property tax revenues, and I'll scroll if I can get this to work. Down here is this last two paragraphs. And we budget a pretty conservative collection rate of 70%, and so but we're typically a little higher than that, around 74, 75. This year, still great collection rates. But what's really surprising was the uptick in the motor vehicle valuations. Very surprising and not quite sure why.
Last time that happened, it was a catch-up mistake, remember?
It was a catch-up mistake, and I think there might be some more of that going on right now. I think they're doing some back catch-up, some back billing stuff at the state. So anyway, it's to our benefit. Our property tax revenues for motor vehicle taxes are higher than we expected.
Well, sales of vehicles, trucks and everything else are through the roof, so it could just be volume.
I mean, is it people using some of the money they got from the?
It could be part of that.
Anyway, we're fine. We're good.
I think what they're finding, I think there's been a concerted state effort to if you go in and you haven't paid your back registration or taxes, so if your tag expires and you haven't paid,
That's it.
when you go in now, they're back billing and they won't issue until you go back. So all of those prior years get lumped into collections in this year. So I think there's a little bit of that going on too, Kevin. So that is property tax. Real and personal values went up by 2%, which is more than we budgeted. We thought they would go up 1.3%. So we're better off on property tax. We're better off on sales tax, as we talked about before when Brooke met with you. And in fact, we're 2% higher than budget for overall sales tax. And I did caution here us in that there's only, in Q1, in quarter one, there's only 1 month that has an actual sales tax distribution number that's not an estimate. So this is, we still only have 1 month worth. So we still have to be vigilant. We still have to watch it closely and monitor that as well. Operating expenses, if you turn to page 2, the very top there, you'll see that we were under expenditures by $1.14 million on the operating side, 27% below budget. And then on the capital side, again, I said we've only spent 3% of capital, which is, again, because we were holding back intentionally. Despite the fact that the COVID pandemic has really impacted our fair barn revenue because we've done better than expected on sales tax and property taxes, as from an overall revenue standpoint, we're still ahead of where we expected to be at this time. In terms of our overall financial outlook, I think it's really important to recognize there's a lot of growth going on around here. You heard about it today. The new home starts, we had 45 permits, new single-family residential permits issued. We only budgeted 100 for the entire year. So for the last 5 years, we've been saying, okay, a recession's coming, it's going to slow down, it's going to slow down, and it is just not slowing down. We budgeted 120 new homes last year, and we built 188 new homes last year. So we're well on track to do another 160, 170 homes this year as it stands, and our budget was only 100 if this trend continues. So that is something to pay attention. There is some economic growth and development that's fueling the housing market in Pinehurst right now. If you go down to other items in the agenda, in the memo, I do give you a little bit of update on the fair barn and the harness track. I've never, ever seen a negative revenue for a quarter for any department, but we had that at the fair barn. So you'll see there, if you're looking at page 16 in your financial statements, there's a negative revenue, and that's because we had to refund one deposit and we had no revenue come in. So we had absolutely no fair barn revenue come in, and so that's contributing to their percentage of expenditures covered with revenues. And the harness track keeps on trucking, and they covered 23% of their expenditures with revenues as compared to 20% the previous year before. So they're pretty much on target and online with what we budgeted and expected. So in conclusion, we still have a long way to go this fiscal year. It's still important for us to monitor the impacts of this pandemic on our financial position, and that's what we're doing. So we have paid off our debt, so we're debt-free. That's the good news. And just remember, Q1 is when we get all the tax revenue in, and we spend it the rest of the year. So that's highlights. Any questions?
When will we get August sales tax revenues?
I'm going to say, my guess is within the next, what's today's date? The
10th of November is probably December, right?
I'm thinking it's like in the next 7 to 10 days, probably. It's pretty soon.
We'll know a little bit more by the time we go to our retreat.
You will.
Yeah.
So when we go into retreat, I think we'll have one more distribution in our pockets. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
What resources do we have that might be our crystal ball? I mean, we're getting ready to get some actual numbers in, but does the league or anybody help us sort of give us an advanced view, or is everybody just as...
Regard to what?
The financial future or prospects for sales taxes or economic growth or...
I think if you went out to any business, resource, e-commerce has gone through the roof completely all over the country. Every company is trying to figure out platforms. They didn't have them, whether they're selling their product through Amazon or they've got some other third party. So I think that's going to be the big driver of our sales tax revenues, will be my guess.
That's what's pulled us through, I think.
It is what has saved us.
They did give recommendations, if I remember. They did give,
Yeah,
they
so
did
I will
give an
tell you-
outlook.
They gave
and
us
they were
projections
wrong.
last spring, yeah.
And they were wrong. Well, maybe not for everybody.
They were their best guess.
I think there maybe were a lot more right than a lot of naysayers that thought that they were underestimating the downturn.
They were.
Underestimated.
I thought they were overestimating the
Yeah.
downturn, so I remember it differently. I apologize.
Well, I mean, if you recall our discussions last spring when we looked at them, we looked at the numbers and we said, that's not,
Enough.
that's too optimistic.
Too optimistic.
Okay.
It was.
Numbers were
Corrected.
more right than we were.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I thought
It's
I thought it was going to be up. So.
And if you compare us to some of our sister communities around Moore County, we were more optimistic than most.
Yeah.
I had us hitting our numbers.
Yeah.
I was optimistic. I didn't think they were. I'm sorry.
To answer your question, Lydia, when we go into strategic planning this year, we do look at economic forecasts. We do every year to figure out, what our expectations and thoughts are. We look at what the housing market trends are, days on market. We look at a lot of different economic data. But one source that we do that a lot of finance directors in North Carolina turn to is Mike Walden. He's an economics professor at NC State University, and I think he's kind of like the economic advisor to the General Assembly. So we rely a lot on his economic forecasts, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does, and I think you guys ought to be congratulated when you look at your conclusion. You guys are being so careful, and the public should be so pleased with how careful you're being, and not, you're being responsible in how you're handling this, and it shows in the numbers.
Mm-hmm. We try to be. We didn't get in this great of a financial position. I think as I may have, in our Baldrige interviews, I think Mark Wagner and I had a joke because I said, I remember when I first came to work here, we couldn't buy a $500,000 fire truck with cash. If we were going to buy a fire truck, we had to finance it. We could not pay cash because we didn't have any money. And then we have come a long way.
What was that number of debt? Do you remember? Came on board, how much debt did we have? I'm just trying to relate zero. What was that debt number?
3, 4, 8, 9, somewhere around 9 million, and then we added the fair barn to it.
So,
and then we added, yeah.
about a $10 million debt to zero. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Impressive.
That's big.
Impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just, okay, I won't repeat that. See you at the retreat, yeah. All right, any other questions on this? Let's move along. Thank you very much, Natalie.
Thank you.
We might consider you for that job. You did a good job. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, we're on, now let's see, we're at
Cape
number
Fear
12.
Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Number
Carlton, you're
12.
up.
Patiently waiting.
Welcome, Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We're going to talk about the Cape Fear Regional Plan and your consideration for adopting that as an update to the 2015 plan. Over-encompassing theme of hazard mitigation is when it does happen, how can we help to mitigate that, reduce the impact of it through the actions that we take. Comprehensive hazard mitigation planning prepares a community and helps us to protect lives and property. It could also reduce damage and save money by guiding new development. We've taken actions with that through our Pinehurst Development Ordinance, the enforcement of the building codes, flood damage prevention ordinance. Could also help us to speed post-disaster recovery. So just having the efforts in place and the resources in place to help after something does happen. It also helps us to avoid interruptions caused by hazards. The planning process in developing the entire plan is, it included a risk assessments based on an analysis of the hazards based on past trends, historical occurrences, and also the probabilities of future occurrences. They also looked at the vulnerabilities that we may face and the impact that that may have on us. You know, and it further looks at capabilities that the communities may have. So as far as the village, something that we identified after the snowstorm 18 years ago, and this is before me, but we had like one four-wheel drive vehicle. So our fleet, the entire fleet for the village was off of the road. So since then, we've added four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive vehicles. We've added brine tank capabilities and the ability to treat the roads in advance of snowstorms. We've added chainsaws and road clearing equipment. In addition to redundant IT, with everything being electronic, we've added redundant IT capabilities. At the end of the plan, somewhere around page 1150, there's some mitigation action plans. And part of that, and it really is it's way up there, but part of those plans help us to guide the projects or activities that we could undertake to help mitigate the impact when future events occur. That's something, if funding's required to complete the specific steps, it does get scrutinized through our strategic operating planning process. So it goes through our budget process unless there's a grant fund available, and the state and county does manage some of that. Examples of that are like we added a generator to public services. Was that last year? In the last couple of years, we put a new generator at public services and fleet so that they maintain our equipment and keep us rolling even if the power fails. It also makes sure that we can get fuel at the fleet facility. key IT infrastructure here at Village Hall is backed up on generator, as well as police and fire departments. Talked a little bit tonight already about stormwater management. That is a component of the plan. It does look at that. That's included in the public services budget, capital and operating. I think we have an initiative action plan to look at master plan on how to handle stormwater management. It also looks at our public outreach efforts. We coordinate that with our communications coordinator or communications specialist, push information out specific to the timing of the year, so winter weather, hurricane season, severe thunderstorms, or tornado information, just to help people to prepare and be ready when those events, should they occur or when they occur. That's out through social media, through our newsletters, as well as just trying to have face-to-face events with people. And then just general safety briefings for people to take heed to. So the history of the plan, prior to being involved with the Cape Fear Regional Plan, the village had its own plan. It was developed and adopted in somewhere around 2004. In 2010, we saw the need to, have a broader plan and involve more communities. We adopted and participated in with Moore County as the Moore County Plan. And then through some guidance that FEMA provided, they were seeking regional plans to cover larger areas to help with the efficiency and just efficiency in the plan approval process, as well as just looking at historical data to make sure that they did remain as living documents and actually not just on a shelf, so that they're maintained and updated. And there's also grant funding to do that. We joined the Cape Fear Regional Plan in 2015. And what we're asking for today is that council consider adopting a resolution to continue to adopting the 2020 update and continue to participate in the regional plan. And I'll be glad to answer questions.
Is there any direct cost to being in the plan? I don't see it here, so I assume
There
there's
is
no budgeted.
Well, the direct cost would just be staff time and participating in the meetings at this point. Their anticipation is being involved with the regional plan. Grant funds would continue to cover the cost of updating the plan and keeping it active and current. Our cost as the village is just staff time to be able to participate in those meetings.
Okay, good. Kevin?
Well, I was kind of in the same, I thought it would be a cross cooperation agreement in case of something happening. Is that those expenses incurred, like if Harnett came here or we went there?
Like mutual aid, you mean?
Mutual aid, so there's expenses in that
And
respect, but that we all benefit, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
So this is a mutual.
And we do participate in a county mutual aid agreement as well as statewide, so we would have no cost in other agencies or organizations coming here. We could file through FEMA public assistance to recoup the cost, or they could as well.
This isn't a mutual aid because you already have it.
That is correct, yes, sir.
I have a question. If we didn't join in this plan, would we go back to doing our own, which would be a little?
That is a possibility. We could
participate in this or do our own, or not have a plan, and then we couldn't get FEMA funding, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you got to be in a plan. So this is the way to go.
For statewide funding, yeah, statewide funding, yeah.
The items that are page 1149 through 1155, the action items, are we required to do those? And are those just recommendations, or we need to do this, and if we don't do this, we don't get the FEMA funding?
Those are added in just as action items for us to take. It's very similar to our budgeting process. We may program it in and plan to do it. If funding's not allocated or not received, or we're waiting for a contractor, they may not be accomplished in the timeline. We just update the plan to say we pushed it out for 5 years or for 2 years or 3 years.
So there's flexibility there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we fund, it's part of our strategic planning to give you funding to do the items that are in the action plan.
Yes, ma'am. And those examples, I think the generator at Public Services was one. We identified some of those needs and actually really before they were in the plan. I think we have a pretty good process.
Was there anything in the plan that surprised you? Any of these action items?
I don't think so.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? We need a resolution to approve this.
I move to approve Resolution 20-35, adopting the 2020 Cape Fear Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
That's a motion by Kevin Drum. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Jane Hogeman. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you very much, Carlton. Good to see you tonight. Moving on to number 14. Jeff, you want to talk about the schedule?
Yeah, at this time every year, we ask you to adopt your planned schedule for your regular meetings for the next year. I mean, it's so that we can get it on our calendar and we can, start to publicize to the community what the plan is for.
I thought we did in December, but I guess I'm wrong.
It's like I said, about this time every year, yeah.
Yeah.
This year's one is streets ahead of last year's one. Last year's one, we had a Tuesday meeting the day after every single Monday holiday in the year.
Right.
Really, I thought it
Yeah, it
took
was
the
crazy.
cake.
And
And I said something and
you made a
everybody.
point of
poo-pooed
that.
7 more years and it'll come back around again.
Yeah.
Oh, well, really?
I think so, yeah, I mean,
So it's
the
second,
calendar
fourth
advances
Tuesdays.
one day a year, right, so.
Second, fourth Tuesdays at 4:30.
Drives me crazy.
And a work session is planned for every meeting, I think, isn't it? And we'll probably have some in between.
Right, and, if there's still some consternation out there about whether or not this is the right way to proceed, this is your plan until you change it. So you can always change mid-year what your meeting schedule
I'm sure
plan
it's
looks
fine.
like.
Sure it's fine. Glad that Mondays are open, holiday Mondays. All right, is there a motion to adopt the Village Council meeting schedule for fiscal 2021? Lydia?
I move to approve the 2021 Village Council meeting schedule.
Second by Judy Davis. All in favor, say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. We've approved the schedule for next year. Thank you very much.
I'm agnostic on it.
Excuse me, sir?
I'm agnostic on
You're
that.
agnostic on that. Whatever. Is there any other business to bring to the regular meeting? Seeing none, we'll move to comments from attendees. Did I have anybody else? Beth, any other
has one.
comments? Excuse me. Yeah, Beth may have a comment.
Sorry. Yes, y'all received one public comment from Chris DeVarco. He says, I'm writing to the council because the speed limit on Morganton Road in Pinehurst needs to be addressed. Presently, the speed limit is 35 miles per hour, which was set forth by North Carolina Department of Transportation, who also deemed the road as a minor arterial roadway. While this may seem insignificant, I can assure you it is not. After having lived on this road with my wife for nearly 8 months, we have witnessed 2 car accidents where both drivers collided into a tree head-on. In one case, the vehicle was brought to a stop by the tree approximately 30 yards away from a driveway where small children play daily during the summer months. Additionally, there are a number of families who live on this road with children and pets who are at risk because of speeding motorists who go unchecked on a daily basis. In my observation, there have been no safety or risk mitigation efforts put into place to try to keep us safe from a careless driver. I urge the members of the council to at least begin the conversation with the relevant stakeholders to decrease the speed limit, elevate police presence, install speed bumps, or make it illegal for 18-wheeler freight trucks to transit the road. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend tonight's meeting, but I'm willing to be part of this conversation in the future to make sure this issue gets resolved. Thank you for your time.
Could you give us the name again and what's the address, please? Is it Chris DeMarco?
DeVarco, D-I-V-A-R-C-O. I don't know his address.
Oh, and this is all about Morganton Road, however, is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to guess he lives on Morganton Road. But yeah, okay. All right. We'll just receive that and take that into consideration. It's a common theme, speed, families, this sort of thing. It's very important.
Yep.
That's it then, on the comments? Okay.
Where on Morganton Road was that?
It wasn't identified.
Oh, okay.
It's just, there wasn't an address, but it must be living on Morganton Road, and a lot of new homes, of course, on Morganton Road that have appeared in the last 2 months, 3 years, take a time frame, you know. Whatever.
How do we receive those? Can we require an address?
Well, where they're just coming to
We
the.
can email him back and get his address.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
we
we have
can
email
email
contact.
and get his address, and then I can forward this to you if anybody would like to respond.
Yeah, name's a little familiar to me, but not completely, so I'm not sure. All right, that's the end of comments from attendees, I believe. So is there a motion to adjourn the regular meeting and move to the work session?
I move to adjourn the meeting and take a comfort break.
There's a motion to adjourn the meeting and take a comfort break for 6 minutes.
Second that.
6 minutes, seconded by Kevin Drum. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None? We'll be back here at 7:31 sharp. I will call to order the
Costs you money now.
work session of the Pinehurst Village Council. This is November 10th, 2020, at 7:33 in the evening. We'll enter our work session. First order of business is a tree inventory report, which we've been looking for from Kevin, or we asked for last month, and here it is. So thank you very much, Kevin. You want to go right ahead?
Yes, thank you for inviting me. Go. So, kind of give you a little bit of background to the tree inventory and management plan that we began October of 2019 and was formally wrapped up earlier this year, I think in February. Prior to that, in 2000, there was a tree management plan and inventory conducted by Davey Tree Company. I think Jeff Batten was responsible for that. And basically what we were doing last year is updating that inventory and also allowing us the software that we went with, which tree inventories back in 2000 were all paper. The nice GIS layer that you saw with the trees, this is how that looked in 2000.
Lovely.
So this is kind of hard to update and build on. Things have changed since then. Everyone is using software to do that. There's lots of different software out there. Davey has one specific that they use. Bartlett has one that they use. With all of those, you also have to buy the software. You have to pay for the licensing. There's a pretty, I guess not a huge amount, but there is a cost associated with using their software to do this. The consultant that we chose to go with, John Sugg with Treeful Communities, uses Esri as the platform for the tree inventory, which is no cost. We can continue to build on that, update that. It meshes with county GIS layers, and so all of that works together. So kind of to explain what this is about, we were looking at the street trees in the business district downtown, which is what the initial survey or inventory was. I think there was 177 trees that were looked at with that initial one. We looked at 238. Everything in the previous one, or most of it, was, all the data was outdated. So with the new inventory, we were basically establishing a baseline of what we have now, and what maintenance needs to be done, what trees need to be removed, and look at opportunities for where we can plant to replace those. So I don't know if everyone had a chance to kind of go through. Yeah, if you don't mind. So for sake of time, and you've had a long day, we will go through this probably fairly quickly, and if you have any questions, we can go back to something. So establishing a baseline for the trees that we have, and looking at just trees in the right-of-way. We're not looking at trees on private property or in the Village Green, Tufts Park. We're looking at the ones that are next to the street. You can go ahead. So goals for doing this is being more efficient with scheduling our tree maintenance. With that, we know kind of what we need to do. We can schedule for that. We can budget for that. If there's anything major expense, there was some trees that were removed that were pretty big expenses in the past fiscal year. So with the information that was collected with this, we used a Trimble handheld GPS device to actually locate every tree, so they're within a foot of where they're at. They actually are, they appear on the map within a foot of their actual location. Identifying the genus and the species of the tree, diameter at breast height, the condition, any problems noted, and what maintenance is recommended. And all that is collected for each tree as you go through this process. And all right, go ahead. You can skip that one. So there was 238 trees that we looked at. Again, the condition of the tree, the size, any tree problems. Go to the next. You can probably skip that one. So out of the 238, the majority of the things noted is minor dead wood. That's smaller dead branches. Major dead wood is larger, that when those fall, they're going to hurt someone or damage property. Codominant stems, that's just how the tree grew. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. Once the tree reaches a certain size, you have to address that when the tree is small. Cavities in trunks was the next. Damage to trunks, major dead wood, and so on. Pest disease, or it's like one of those. Go to the next. So the maintenance actions that were recommended from this is removal of basil sprouts. We'll see coming up that there are a lot of hollies downtown. Hollies tend to sprout from the base. So that's where the majority of those come from. There were 10 removals of trees recommended. 3 of those I know have been done. There was 4 that was actually rated high priority. Out of the removals, you can also, as you're evaluating, you can rate it high, medium, low on how quickly should this tree be removed. 4 were rated high, and 3 of those 4 have been removed. The 4th one is in DOT right-of-way. Monitoring, there's some that are in not great condition, but they still are serving a purpose. They're not considered a hazard at this time, and those are being monitored to see if their condition deteriorates more and will warrant taking action to remove. Removal of dead wood, there has been some of this completed as well. Raising the canopy, lower branches removed, bringing it up. There was one tree on Chinkapin that had some wisteria that was coming from the adjacent property over into the tree, and I believe Public Services has taken care of that. The majority of the trees in downtown fall under Public Services for maintenance. They're street trees in the right-of-way. Parks and Rec maintains some of the trees right in the core and Tufts Park and Village Green, so those are Parks and Rec's territories. So as you can see, American holly is the predominant species street tree. Now, if you look beyond the trees that are along the street, that percentage is going to change. But what is located in the street right-of-way, majority of those we looked at are hollies, and then if you expand that outward from the village center, that's going to those percentages are going to change as well. Southern magnolia being the next, red cedar, and so on. The oaks are number 5 on, or 4 on there, 4 and 5. You can go to the next.
Do you think, maybe I don't know if I'm supposed to wait to the end, but do you think this mix of species is generally the mix that was there and was intended, or is it, you understand the question? Has the mix been altered with death?
I think if you look back at some of the Manning plant lists and stuff, I think most of these are on that.
Low on live oaks, though. Maybe we've lost some or something.
We could have.
I'm just wondering if anybody has that knowledge. It should exist somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure that's available.
The mix, not the exact, you know, yeah.
Yeah,
For example,
percentage.
live oak would have, you would expect it to have a much longer life expectancy than, for example, a holly.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand what's our intended
Well,
mix.
the oaks that we have downtown, most of those are laurel oaks, sand laurel oaks, Quercus hemispherica. Lifespan for those are 7,500 years. They're a live oak, which there are a few of those around. There's not as many of those. Lifespan for those is much, much longer, hundreds of years. So the majority of the oaks that we have downtown are not a long-lived oak. They grow faster. Typically, when a tree grows faster, it doesn't live as long. So that's where we're at right now with many of these being planted 100 years ago. They're on their way out.
Shocks me that he would have done this mix.
I'm sure with self-seeding and stuff that affects that when people build houses and they plant what they want to plant and things that changes that. Some of this is space. We've lost large oaks that were along the street.
There's a building, I got it.
And what's left is your hollies and things that are smaller. And when we go back and replant, we have to look at the space that we have there, and you need to, if you don't have much space, you have to go with a smaller tree.
Thanks, Kevin.
That's particularly true for trees that are, right there in the core village streets, which were big trees, and then we put parking and buildings around them, and when
People
we come back to
do not
replant.
like to give up parking spaces, and
Right.
you lose a tree, you gain a parking space.
And we may need to change a little bit of that attitude, but we'll see.
The majority of the trees, 60%, are in good condition. 33% are fair. 6% roughly are poor. So that's not a bad ratio there. The majority of the trees that we have are in good condition. If you look here, the majority of the diameter of the trees are 18 to 24, so these are good-sized trees. These are not small trees. So kind of this goes back to the purpose again, maximizing efficiency on the maintenance of the trees. If you identify your problems, you can plan and schedule maintenance for those. You can reduce failures during storms if you know what the issues are ahead of times. It allows us to plan for the replacement of those. And just kind of and this is based on the consultant that we worked with. These are tree surveys or tree inventories that he's conducted with other municipalities. And if you look at this, like Fayetteville, Burlington, Wilson, Graham, a lot of these municipalities, their most common tree and the ones that they surveyed is crepe myrtle, which is not what we want to strive for.
Hey, is crepe myrtle even on Warren Manning's planning list?
I don't think so.
What's negative about them? It sounds like something's negative about them. Well, what is it?
A lot of maintenance.
Well, they're actually fairly low maintenance. They're very drought tolerant, but my opinion, they're not really a tree. They're a large shrub.
That's what I wanted to hear.
I mean, they have a purpose. We have lots of them down the median. When cars wipe them out, the cars don't suffer extreme damage, and it doesn't take too long when you replace them for them to get back to the size of the one that got wiped out. But it's not something I would strive for your majority of your street trees.
Now, Kevin, take me back on something here. How many streets are we talking about that's in this survey? Which, it's the core?
If you pull up the
it's right there.
GIS.
Or which one?
Bottom of the table.
Okay, all right.
Basically, 1 mile from the rock kind of thing. I mean.
Well, yeah, it's sort of, that's.
Yeah,
Not a mile.
And
radiating out from that center. And this is, again, kind of based on what this plan or inventory in 2000, the area that
Right.
was looked at there. And we intend to expand outward, or we can decide what's important, what areas of town are important. We can conduct inventories and those and assessments, and we can keep growing this as far as we want to grow it. We have the platform here now. And if you click on any of the dots, the red is you're poor, yellow is fair, green is good. And if you click on any of them, your data for the tree is there. It tells you what the condition is. It tells you what the species is, and recommended maintenance. And as we do this, we can update. If we take a tree out, we can remove the tree from this. We plant a tree, we can go out with a GPS device, add that tree into this area that we conducted the inventory. And so we've got a working document here that we can sort of track this and use to help manage.
Sure. Now, how are we doing that? I mean, the purpose of this discussion was because we had a lot of questions coming up about polishing the gem and treating the trees downtown and everything. But so what's the budget and what are we doing on each of these steps to take care of the trees on the one hand, remove them on the other, all those action items?
Well, this was, when we completed this, it was shared with Mike at Public Services, and as majority of the maintenance stuff falls on him for most of these. They they started with anything that was in red and rated high. So that's where those tree removals came from that were on here. So removing dead wood and stuff out of there, some of that has been done. They have a budget for not just downtown. Their budget encompasses all of town, anything in the right-of-ways that they're working out of for any tree needs. Parks and Rec, we have money budgeted for arboriculture in there, that some of those funds are for tree fertilization stuff. We have a tree fertilization program for trees in the arboretum, and for removal or whatever is needed for trees in the parks that are under Parks and Rec's purvey. But so to answer your question, it's kind of incremental on this. Updating this, we're kind of just getting going on this, and we lost our GIS person,
Yeah.
which is kind of instrumental to this. I know nothing about how to go in and do all that. I was working with Daniel on this and had planned to work with him on expanding the inventory. So once we get that position filled again, and we can kind of get back on track with...
Back on track, meaning expanding the area,
Right.
surveying a little more to see
Right.
what's there. All right, so with what we have, and looking ahead to some of the things that Lydia and we've all discussed about the core village area and replacing trees, and looking ahead to the opens and other things, are we more in a mode of repairing and trimming and rather than planting new trees that might be needed to
We're looking at
replace?
planting as well, and we intend to plant. Magnolia Road is between Chinkapin and Carolina Vista is one of the sections that over the last few years we've lost a lot of large trees on. So that's one that we're definitely, this fall, we're going in, looked at some possible locations of plant. I think there's probably 8, I don't know if you can plant in all 8. There's a couple of dogwoods in front of the Magnolia Inn that look really, there's half of it's been chopped out and stuff, but the area there is pretty small, and is bricked in and where their driveway is and stuff. I think those need to be replaced with something that looks better. It's not going to be a big tree. You don't have the space there. But going on toward Carolina Vista, there's some locations along there that we've got a few more on there along that street that we're monitoring that are going to be coming out sometime in the future, that we have the opportunity to, whether it's on the opposite side of the street or somewhere that we have room, plant something now to try to get something going to take the place so we still have that tree-lined street.
Right, right, yeah, I think thinking ahead, but starting now is important to do that, to replace. Now, what about, everybody raises, or it's often raised, Market Square, you know. We've lost all the trees there over time, and I don't know quite what to do there, just visualizing it myself.
Yeah, I think
You
there
and Mark
was...
and Jeff may have some thoughts on that, but that would be one thing, I think. Jeff, you're going to...
Activate that streetscape and, yeah.
Bradford Pears or something that was...
Jeff, I think you need to come to the microphone, yeah. Because as Lydia and I have talked a bit about, well, the beautification committee with Jane and Lydia and what they're trying to do, what we want them to do. I want to make sure we're all headed in the right direction here over the next few years to show some substantial improvement, including maintenance, but also replacement.
What was on Market Square at one time were Bradford pears, and they were all splitting, and that's one of the problems with Bradford
Yes,
pears.
it's hard tree to deal with. Yeah.
Would they be on the Manning planting
weak
list?
trees. No.
I don't know how you guys feel, but it would be my strong preference that we put trees in that Warren Manning wanted to have here.
Yeah.
I think it helps us with the Park Service. Of course, I don't want to put the wrong kind of tree in the place where it doesn't need to be, but if we can do that, I think it would help us with the Park Service. And
The other, just the other observation I was going to make about Market Square is in the comp plan, there is a opportunity to sort of reshape the look of Market Square, whether that's something ultimately, you you decide to pursue or not. That obviously is y'all's determination to make, but.
And I think you're suggesting that if we do want to reshape Market Square, we need to figure out what that's going to look like before we start planting trees.
You don't really have the space on Market Square currently to...
Not without changing that whole dynamic of Market Square. In other words, you think in terms you'd have to lose parking spaces for sure. There's just no other way to do it.
How do indigenous flowering plants fit into the equation? We're talking trees here, but, I mean, isn't there a softer way to regreen Market Square? You're the pro. I mean, I got these encore azaleas. I love them. I got camellias that now bloom twice a year. Miracles. They're miracles that, they get in small spaces.
I think you could, it'd be easier to put smaller plants on Market Square. You'd have to still lose some of your brick and your sidewalks and stuff to do that, create space for that. If you're trying to get any height there with greenery, which there are like 10 streetlights down that street, so you got to kind of take into account those. You don't want to plant something that's going to be blocking those. But you're probably going to have a little tougher time. You may end up reverting back to a crepe myrtle or something to get that.
I was going to say.
That's something that can withstand those conditions. So the shrubbery or something would be a little easier. You're going to need to make sure you can get irrigation in there for anything, because that's, with all those paved surfaces, that street in the summertime is going to be hot. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question about the yellow dots on your map. Are the yellows on their way to red, or can we keep them yellow and turn them green? Or that's a lot of yellow dots that are just...
It's probably going to be tough to turn them back green. Keeping them yellow as long as you can is probably going to be your goal. Sometime down the road, they're going to go red.
Now, was this beneficial to you?
Yes.
In what ways?
I do not go around look at every tree downtown on a regular basis. In that respect, I did to conduct this inventory. I went with the consultant and looked at every one of these trees. He did the GPS. We both looked at, did an evaluation. So that gave me that information of laying eyes on all of these trees to kind of know what condition are they in, where are we at, having it in the GIS layer to visually look at, and you can, you're gonna, after you go through and conduct all of this, are you gonna remember the first tree you looked at? So you have something to refer back to work off of, to do what needs to be done to those trees and try to implement this and get it where we're managing these as good as we can manage them, prolonging the life of them, and planning for the replacement of them. So it's a good visual reminder to what needs to be done. Whereas if you didn't have this,
Yes.
out of sight, out of mind.
Can I add to Kevin's comment? I think the reds and the yellows on that map tell us the higher priorities to get the next generation started needs to be focused near those areas.
We can look at any of the, wherever there's a red dot or a yellow dot, we know we need to be looking at finding a place to replace this tree, get something going, so that we have something there and we don't have a big void when that tree has to come out.
Does the red and yellow match up to the urban forest condition? Like, is fair the yellow?
Yes.
Means we have 40% goners out there.
When they go.
40% of our urban forest condition are going bye-bye.
Well, but Kevin, climbs, this is the way of the world.
I know, but
It's true of all of us,
I just
too.
feel like you need more support.
Might be going bye-bye in several
I'm just
decades,
saying,
but yeah.
I'm saying you need more support to accomplish these goals, and I love this start. I mean, you know, I've been here for 3
We have
years.
60%
Never had
that
this
are
discussion.
still good, so we're
Yeah.
at least majority of the way on the
But
good
this
part.
is not, I mean, this is, the beauty of this is knowledge is power. This is not resource intensive.
Yeah.
This,
Right.
Right.
we
Except,
don't have to pour necessarily additional resources. This allows us to work smarter.
yeah, yeah. Now,
It's
this
like
was
my
present-
VOP, you got a work order.
This
for the
was
tree.
presented to the beautification committee yesterday.
Yes.
Same thing. So, and was the result of that they want to, and they have been kind of helping decide where we'll replant, not necessarily the maintenance side, that's really for yourself, but the decisions about where new things should go and what the style of those is something that, getting some direction from them?
They didn't really get into that.
Yeah,
They thought this was an amazing tool, and they really were excited about, I mean, they think the resort needs to go out and do this on all the golf courses. But they really didn't get into planting.
Beautification's focus has been more on the thoroughfares into town.
Yeah.
And enhancing those areas versus the kind of maintenance of stuff downtown. There's some discussion on some opportunity there downtown for revamping some areas, and that
Right.
could include planting of trees as part of that.
Yeah, I think the revamping is where we ought to be headed soon. Now, I was surprised that the Village Green wasn't in this study, knowing that we had this other study 12 years ago or something. But, so what, are you going to try to do the Village Green with this GIS arrangement?
We could,
Or are we still trying to act
What we're
out?
looking at when we did this was our street trees, the trees that are lining our streets. So Village Green is part of the parks, so we actually had separate management plans done for all the parks several years ago. So those have kind of been standalone. To inventory all the trees in Wicker Park, that would be exhaustive.
Well, is there any reason from this point on that some of the recommendations made years ago in that study of the Village Green, which was after the parking and after Tufts Park, should some of that be being addressed too? And that's mostly maintenance and trimming here and there, and maybe a tree or two has to come out for whatever good reasons. But I think we're a little concerned. We got all these longleafs in Village Green. And
Anecdotal-
they're all about the same
anecdotal
age.
data that trees are
And I
gonna
don't think
die.
they'll all die at once, but again, my interest in this, which goes back to that 10 years, 12 years ago, was that there's just a lot of common maintenance that could be done there. Now, I know there was some reservation, I think, that the Park Service might not want to take down a tree that we might think should come out for good arborist reasons, but I think we're beyond that problem. We ought
Well-
to be maintaining that to some degree. You know?
In 2010, 2011, we had recommendations. There's a management plan for Tufts Park here. The recommendations was staged thinning in order to allow for regeneration, planting your next generation of pines, because majority of those are all, even though they're different diameters, are pretty much same age. They're all planted at the same time. Trees, some are bigger than others because they're suppressed by the trees close to them. So that doesn't equate to how old they are, how big they are doesn't equate to that. It's just whoever's is the stronger competitor is going to suppress the weaker one, and they're going to get the nutrients and everything
Well,
they
that's
need in growth.
interesting. You debunked some anecdotal data. People are saying that new trees erupted and, you know, in Tufts Park, and you're saying the opposite.
Yes.
So I'd get my information from you instead of.
There's probably some slight age difference in there, because there probably was some regeneration there a little bit and once you get a stand like what's there now, there's no sunlight, there just isn't anywhere new seeds are going to sprout under there. The conditions just aren't favorable for that.
Right.
The recommendations that we had, Harold Brady, who did the management plan, Mark Megalos from NC State, Forestry Extension Specialist, both recommended the staged thinning, not thinning them all at once. You do it in a couple stages. We had the whole letter from the Park Service threatening that while they agreed that the health of the stand of trees would be improved by thinning, it could be detrimental to the historic
They always
status.
say the opposite.
So nothing was ever done with that. That's not to say we can't revisit that if that's what council wishes to do.
We might want to revisit that, but it seemed to me, and I haven't toured it too closely in a year anyway, it seemed to me there was just other trimming and maintenance with the hollies, not necessarily the longleafs and those sort of things that could be done to make those trees in better condition, not just looking at the longleafs only, but there's a lot of other stuff scattered, around. And I guess my request would be, put that on your to-do list, I think, and we want to have that some at least modest maintenance done in the village, in the village green, if it's not being done already, and I don't guess it has been, because you didn't know what to do.
Arborist work should not be politicized. It should be done according to an arborist,
Are we talking two different things here, pine trees? You're talking hollies, you're talking longleafs.
I'm just saying that in the village green, there are a variety of trees, not just longleafs. We're all worried about the longleafs into the future, and we should be, but there's some other maintenance that could be done in there.
But it depends.
Might add that
Sorry?
a fair number of the pine trees aren't longleafs.
By the way.
Pine trees and
loblollies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on what your goal is there. The forest because it's a forest is how
Right.
it was treated in the past. And forest in Wicker Park, we did not go out there and trim every tree in that grove of trees. So it depends on what the goal and the wishes are as to how that is to look, as to what maintenance will be performed.
What do you think they should be? Can I get it? Because I don't think it should, I'd rather hear from a tree guy.
Yeah, I think it falls somewhere in between. I think it's not really a manicured park. It is a.
I think that's what John's saying.
No, I don't like the manicured park idea. I just like maintaining things
Yeah,
and
he
fixing
just
stuff
said
up.
maintain.
If there's, vines growing into the holly tree or the magnolia or whatever, then they ought to be cut out.
Yeah, if there's
And
something
and if there's an
invasive
obvious-
there that's taking over, and yeah, typically we take things out in there when they die. That's,
All over in a storm or whatever, yeah.
And the other thing that I'm a little troubled about in the Village Green is that at our events, with the variety of vehicles that now come there, from golf carts to heavier and heavier trucks, we've had to carve out basically a road, nicely done as it is, and it's pretty well, hidden from normal view, but, there's a lot of stress on those trees when the vehicles go over.
yeah,
And
got it.
I'm concerned that we're using that almost too much when in normal times. This is not for events, but we're using that a little too much, seems to me.
Yeah, you're gonna, oh, sorry,
No,
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
You're gonna have compaction anytime you have lots of vehicles driving through there, and that's not good for the root systems of the trees, as you mentioned. One, I guess, kind of thing about that is, a lot of times people can't find the same way through there every time, so they are driving different routes through there.
Right.
That helps with not having compaction in the same spots all the time.
Well, I think this has been very educational. I'm going to take another walk through the Village Green and look at the pathways as well as the what looks to be maybe some things that need to be cleaned up, and then you can decide whether that's true or not.
Use my
Go-
VOP.
And use my VOP. And Judy, you go in there a lot too. So
Yeah,
you
3 or
probably
4
have some
times
ideas.
a week, yeah.
4 times a week. There you go.
Is it anecdotal that people are saying that there's less healthy trees on Chinkapin and it's not as healthy and shiny? I mean, we're talking about shining up. We haven't even talked about that area.
About where?
Chinkapin, main Chinkapin Road. I know that, Chris Dalrymple swears that there used to be a lot more plant material there and trees and there's a lot less and stuff that is dying. Is that anecdotal? Is that not truthful?
I'm not familiar with exactly what.
I'm just trying to deal with what people are saying, and we've already debunked one.
We
on
lost.
Village Green.
I know the only area that I can really think of in the last few years that we had a lot of tree loss was down Magnolia Road from Market Square toward the brewery. We had a lot of trees along there, and I think from the conclusion of all the investigation that was done on there, they attributed to salt being put on the roads, and the salt was when it washed off the road and stuff was killing the trees.
We haven't lost any trees right there in the middle of town in Chinkapin. That's what I heard.
Going back to my memory, and that's best as I can do at this juncture.
sounds good
There
to me.
was, no, I'm not saying a whole lot. Is that what you just said?
No, I think you've been here
all
a
right.
long
Oh,
time.
that's what you
I
said.
like it. I like your memory.
Yeah, right beside Chris, there was a cedar at one time that
Might
was
be what he's
taken out.
talking about then.
That was taken out, and then, of course, there was a tree sort of diagonally across from there, kind of in front of the BB&T,
Right.
that died, and that became the.
And I think he's talking
Stump
about,
oak.
I think he's talking about all the plantings that were pulled up, that were down in front of Marty's, out in front of the deli. Remember, that was all plantings, and they bricked it in?
Right.
I think he's probably talking about that.
Yeah, those were Hugendorn hollies that were in the little. No,
Right,
if
they
you
were in
look
the
at the
ground.
bricked
Yeah.
in
Bricked over
circles,
the soil.
there was a holly in that.
That was
and
green.
every time someone pulled in, their car rammed into it,
Yeah.
or they got out of their car and walked on it. We were forever replacing those, like on a
Yeah,
weekly
yeah.
basis, because someone was
Might be what
destroying
he's
them.
talking about too,
That
though.
could very well be the case. You're right. Kevin's exactly right. And there were the little squares in there
Yeah.
down along each
Right.
parking space.
But it was
and
greener.
It's
just-
greenery.
It was greener, but they were not very healthy because of the situations that he's
The
referring
abuse
to,
they
getting,
took, yeah.
getting hit by cars and
Tree greening of
There-
the
there
village,
was
I
some
thought
tree
it
in
was a
front of
discussion we
Gentleman's.
had here.
Isn't the beautification committee working on a proposal to council for things that they can improve downtown? And it's
Yeah,
the
that-
revamp,
and
yeah.
that's a part, and ourselves hearing this presentation will be helpful to that. I think we've probably heard what we need to hear tonight, and we know there's a plan, and you have information on the health of the trees. There's a plan for maintenance and some replacement. And I think as we, if you see something in town, through my VOP, send Kevin a message, maybe we could do this or that, but that's very helpful.
You need
Very
our
helpful.
support for anything. I wish you would come to us, because I think you need it.
Got Jane and Lydia on the beautification committee.
Yeah, we've got two council members.
Great work, and I
Janet
feel like we get a
Farrell's
lot
doing
of
a great
bang for a
job.
buck for what
But it's
we
good to
do.
know there's a plan, there's resources available. We could increase that budget a little bit, as Kevin's saying, if we needed to.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, just to kind of give you a little bit of information on the Tree City thing that we're talking about, the part of that is spending at least $2 per capita on tree-related maintenance, care, and for fiscal year 20, that number was $95,000. That $35,000 of that was tree removals. And we spent $17,000 on planting. So we did, for 67 trees that were removed, and this is all over town, we planted 75.
That's interesting. And
Plenty
I've
more
got
than
this
we're taking
form.
down.
I've got a Arbor Day Foundation form to sign, which I'll do. Shall we move on then?
Thank you,
Okay.
Kevin. It's a neat software. I
Hope
like
you
it.
come back more. First time I've seen you come to the council.
It is the first time I've came, well, I've attended some, this is the first time I've
Yeah, I suppose.
presented anything in a council
Good.
meeting.
Good
Talk to us
job.
every year on what you need.
Good job. Thank you.
Or more often. Thanks, Kevin. Moving on to item 3 in the work session then. Is there any other work session business for tonight that we need to do? Jeff, anything
Just to close
I think
session.
there's a lot of things hanging over, but we'll get to
Yeah.
some of them. What about potential future agenda topics? Jane?
Well, I sent out
Yes, you did.
a list of 4, but I have another.
Okay.
Just to remind you of my wonderful list. We need to get our map of land to rezone, and we need to be looking at that.
Right.
We need to be looking at our self-preservation PDO updates. We need to be looking at the draft clear-cutting text amendment to our PDO that Darren has put together and has taken to the Planning and Zoning Board on Thursday. They're having a special meeting to talk about it, finally, which is great. And I've read it, and I think it's good. And then STRs, or what we can do to get ready to have STRs. And then I've got another one, and that is, I'd like to see us put in place some Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Adjustment training, systematic training, because I would really like those boards to have a very intimate understanding of the PDO and the engineering manual, so that they feel very confident when they are dealing with an application, that they understand how all those different parts of the PDO work together, and so forth, both the process and the standards. So,
Probably not a work session topic. I think that's a good topic for discussion during the strategic retreat.
exactly, I mean.
It would become an IAP to.
We've
our
got 10
project, yeah.
chapters of the PDO, and then we've got the engineering standards. So maybe each month, we could do, just through the year,
Yeah.
a little discussion on
it's-
one.
Currently an OFI for systematic
Right.
training for the planning boards.
We've been trying to wrap our brain around this one for a little while.
And then here's another one that I think is important to consider. For the Board of Adjustment, which is an itchier kind of application they have to deal with, and takes a better familiarity with the process, as well as an intimate understanding of how the PDO sections work together and so forth, because people are asking for a variance. Well, what's important about this part of a standard or that part of a standard, what's okay to vary, and what really gets
Just
to the
stick Jack
integrity
Farrell
of the
on.
regulation. I'm almost there, I'm almost there. So So
Yeah, he is.
what we might
Board of Adjustment.
want to think about doing, we've got, what is it, 8 or 9 members of this overall double board. But for the Board of Appeals, there's only 5 regular members and everybody else is an alternate. And I think what they've been doing up to now pretty much is saying, if you're an alternate, you don't have to go unless one of the regular members is absent for some reason. Those alternates should be there. They should be there for everyone, and they should be able to ask questions and participate and prepare for it, just as if they don't get to vote, but they should be there. And that means when somebody who's a regular member rotates off, we've got somebody who's trained and who's familiar to step into the slot. That's what we used to do. Huh?
Someone not sitting on Board of Adjustment to participate?
Would be
Well, they can ask questions. They can be prepared, they
I don't
can
think
sit
it's
there.
They can be there, but I don't think that they can ask
I
questions.
think they could ask questions. Be there.
They should be there.
Oh, yeah, you said ask
Okay.
questions. I know that.
So anyways, that's,
But it
that's
sounds
my
like,
5th one.
so to handle that, there is a plan, as you're saying, Jeff, for more training of the planning board, and that sort of question could come up in that training idea, and what fits and what doesn't fit.
Not a plan. Like I said, we've been trying to wrap our brains around, like we do for our workforce, having a systematic training and development plan for our paid employees, trying to wrap our brains around how to do that for our volunteer workforce as well. It's not as simple as making lists of things that they should know, though. They are still volunteers, and they have limited time, capacity, willingness. And so we've got to be very smart about what we sign them up for. And we haven't answered that question, but we already, it's part of the IEP, isn't it? Beth, do you recall?
Yes, it was OFI. There's a current OFI for that, but I don't know if it was part of the planning. Maybe it was. Process improvement.
It is
Kinds
something
of
we are
town
working on.
boards
But
are usually volunteer. You know, they were where I used to live too. I mean, they usually are volunteers. But they also are in a tough position because they're where the rubber meets the road, you know.
Delicate balance.
But we had outside training, too.
Need to be.
They
Oh, we
have
do it, yeah,
outside school
we
of
do it.
government.
Yeah.
Outside training, you know. So if there's outside training, then all we have to do internally is train them on the nuances,
The
the
school
differences.
government has nice, neatly packaged modules for most of the things. that you're
We had to
talking
do modules, and then all we have to do then is talk about our uniqueness and our comprehensive plan, right? But the Board of Adjustment's pretty cut
Getting
and
to
dry.
the point where they are intimately familiar with the PDO, I would ask, are all of you intimately familiar with the PDO?
No.
Know where to find stuff.
I know where to find stuff.
How's staff for it?
Intimate.
I've read
Word
it-
intimate.
I've read it any number of times, but I'll tell you what, working on an application is a whole lot different from just reading through.
Right.
My
Board
point, though,
adjustment
is
is
that
cut
that's
and
what you
dry.
have staff for, to advise you on what our requirements are and where to find them if you have questions, further questions to look at. If you don't understand what staff is telling you, then you at least have the start point of what staff has told you, and you engage us about where to find it. The same is true for our planning and zoning boards and our Board of Adjustments.
Board of Adjustment's so cut and dry with the way it works, with the rules.
I don't think so. They've got
To me, with the rules that, on the
They've
Board of
got-
Adjustment,
They've got discretion. That's why it's quasi-judicial.
they have discretion, but they have to meet those 4 questions. So that's not as much discretion as I frankly even feel on planning board, which they don't have much discretion, but I feel like you have more on.
All I meant to do
I
was to
served on it,
say,
and I felt like I didn't have that any discretion.
The nice thing about the Board of Adjustments is that the things that they look at are typically nicely packaged. They're single items of dispute, if you will. You can look at the supporting material that the staff generates answers, here's exactly what the PDO says, here's what the engineer's standards manual says.
Yeah.
And so if you
tell
don't
us
like
that-
the way the staff interprets it, here's the language, now you can interpret it. It's not to Kevin's point, is I don't think it's as complicated as it is when the Planning and Zoning Board is looking at a
I think they
proposal
need lots of training.
in its entirety.
It seems to me that there are things about a variance, like, what is hardship? Well, hardship is something about the land that's awkward. It's either an odd lot shape, or it's a location of wetlands, or it's steep slopes, or it's something like that.
I'd agree with you.
But-
That's a
but
hard one.
What happens is that the property owner comes in and says, well, I bought a lot that's too small for the big house I want to build, so you have to let me off the hook. And that's not it.
No,
That's
that's where
hardship.
Jack Farrell steps in.
To my
So-
earlier point, though, what you just described is not governed by the language in our PDO.
Yeah.
But these
So
are the
then-
kinds
Kinds of
of
hardship, it
things.
has nothing to do with what our PDO says.
These are the kinds of things, well,
That gets into updating the PDO.
That goes back to more of the generic focused training on the standards that must be met in order to approve a hardship variance.
I think a module
You know,
would
it-
work
it is
on Board of Adjustment.
complicated. There's a,
A
it is a
module would work
complicated
better on
topic.
Board of Adjustment than it would on
Right.
planning and zoning, because the module on planning and zoning isn't unique to your community.
well,
where-
anyway, it's a topic, I think, worthy of future
Yeah,
discussion.
the subject matter here is topics for
Future
discussion
discussion.
at future
Yeah, I'm
work
sorry.
sessions. And some of that, I think, leads into the retreat, which is coming up, because there's some issues here. Now, on the one hand, we have some suggestions from Jane about, training for planning board, the Board of Adjustment, things we've been talking about now. Sounds like you have a plan to be doing that, and we need to define a little more maybe what we would want covered and what the issues are that we'd like some training to be done on. I think some of the issues Jane mentioned, though, on that list, mostly PDO related, I think we ought to try to discuss that at our next work session, unless there's something else that's bumping it away.
Fair, but they need more training.
I think most of that is actually retreat related. and
Okay, 'cause we're
gonna-
they're
hear 'em again?
already working on.
I would add-
All
reprioritizing
right,
a lot of that
because
stuff.
that's, yeah.
I think you should add historic commission to training.
They have it too.
I think they are, I mean, we had a packet go through historic commission and plan zoning.
All three of
We
those
didn't
planning
feel
boards
it was
have
completed.
Have training.
done and do training. It's just
Right.
not necessarily systematic,
Yeah, so
yeah.
just let's make sure we
Yes,
mention
because
that.
or we can improve on it.
Yeah, and I recall several years ago, they were doing modules once every
So
month or
important.
every month. and
Yes,
that-
they have
and do it.
the quasi-judicial modules that they all are required to
Right,
watch. and
right.
participate.
Well, anyway, I thought Jane's list was helpful. You've added some things to it tonight. Let's take a look at that and see what we want on the work session for next time. That doesn't necessarily fit better into the retreat, and we'll do that. We need to keep moving ahead on some of these outstanding issues. Having said that, let's move into the close of this work session, and to move into a closed session if the council's agreeable, right? All right. Is there a motion to recess the work session and enter a closed session? That would be item number 5.
Okay, I move to recess the work session and enter into a closed session pursuant to NCGS Section 143-318.11A5 to establish or to instruct the public body's staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease.
Motion by Jane Hoagland. Is there a second, please? Second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Having done that, we will now